We're going to get, hold on. He's got to be somewhere. Okay, let's try it again. We are ready to get started. Today is the City Council regular meeting, and it's Tuesday, December 19th, 2023. I am calling this meeting to order, and notice is hereby given to the members of the City Council and to the general public that at this regular meeting, the City Council may vote to go into executive session, which will not be open to the public, for discussion and consultation with the city's attorneys for legal advice on any item listed on the following agenda. Can we have roll call?
Mayor Daggett.
Here.
Vice Mayor Aslan.
Here.
Councilmember Harris. Councilmember House. Here. Councilmember Matthews.
Here.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Here.
Councilmember Sweet.
Here.
All right. And Councilmember Matthews, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
My pleasure. Please rise if you're able.
Vice Mayor, our mission statement.
The mission of the City of Flagstaff is to protect and enhance the quality of life for all.
Thank you. Councilmember Sweet, our land acknowledgement.
The Flagstaff City Council humbly acknowledges the ancestral homelands of this area's indigenous nations and original stewards. These lands, still inhabited by Native descendants, border mountains sacred to indigenous peoples. We honor them, their legacies, their traditions, and their continued contributions. We celebrate their past, present, and future generations who will forever know this place as home.
Thank you. Item number 4A is approval of minutes from previous meetings. You can, there are links to the meetings and you can see all of the dates. So can I have a motion to approve the minutes unless a council member has any concerns or questions?
Mayor, I move to approve all the City Council meeting minutes that are listed in 4A.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right. Moving down to item number 5, public participation. This enables the public to address the council about an item that is not on the agenda. Comments related to items that are on the agenda will be taken at the time that that agenda item is discussed. If you wish to address the council at tonight's meeting, please complete a comment card, which are located in the back of the room, and submit it to the recording clerk as soon as possible. Your name will be called when it's your turn to speak. You may address the council up to 3 times throughout the meeting, including comments made during public participation. Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. And as I always state, this is for the public to speak to council, and council is not allowed to respond. So we won't be able to respond to any comments that you give us during public participation. So I am calling Nadine Hart.
Good afternoon, council members and mayor. Today I am speaking on behalf of some of the very poor families in our district. As we know, housing is horrible. The other day, I encountered a student, and they're living in a small RV with propane. Dad is disabled, mom is now working 2 jobs. They have 1 bus pass, and she uses it to get to work to provide for their family. Despite SNAP benefits and access to the family food center, where they only qualify to get 2 boxes a week, they're starving. One of the things that came up is they don't have a shower. And we don't realize how we take that for granted to be able to shower, the dignity of feeling clean. When we moved, and my water, I called 3 minutes too late to get my water transferred, okay? So I had a whole weekend with water jugs. I had to shower at the athletic club, as I have a membership, and I thought, wow, I am lucky I can do this. They can't. And to know that they're hungry and what a shower does for somebody, it gives them an opportunity to apply for a job, to go into the community college and ask for assistance to better themselves. It does so much for your self-esteem. So what I was hoping to see, is it possible for families like this that are increasing, McKinney-Vento families are increasing, for them to have access to city facilities at a discounted rate? For this family of 3, it would cost them almost $20 a day just to go in and to get a shower. I think as a city we could do better. We could do something for these people. We know that housing is hurting everyone. I found out recently the hospital had 2 neurosurgeons ready to sign their contract. Neurosurgeons. How great would that be for us? What an asset to our community. They couldn't afford to live here. That blows my mind. That brings NIMBY to elevated meaning. That's not in my backyard if people don't know. 4 teachers are leaving Coconino High School. 4. Which puts someone like me doing things, and we have qualified individuals who are passionate. But those families who are so poor and so ashamed have no one to speak for them. So I'm asking you to please see if there's any way we can offer a discounted rate for these families or a pass, because $20 a day for anybody is $20 too much when you're starving. Thank you.
Thank you, Nadine. Matt Bruton.
Madam Mayor and council members, my name is Matt Bruton and I am the Chief Operating Officer for Housing Solutions of Northern Arizona. Housing Solutions, as you know, is a local nonprofit housing organization with a history of serving Flagstaff and Northern Arizona for the past 32 years. I am pleased to share with you today our most recent rental attainability report. Housing Solutions works regularly to contact local multifamily housing properties in Flagstaff, getting updated information about rental rates, vacancy rates, move-in costs, and barriers to affordable housing. We have surveyed 53 market rate apartment complexes and 11 income restricted complexes between September 22nd and November 1st of this year. I'd like to share some key takeaways from that report. Rental rates have increased for all unit sizes since our last survey, which was conducted in 2022. 90% of market rate rental complexes have increased rental rates in the last 6 months. It now costs $1,971 on average to rent a market rate 2-bedroom apartment here in Flagstaff. That means a household would have to earn $6,570 a month, or $78,840 annually to be able to afford rent on a 2-bedroom apartment and not be housing burdened. Minimum wage workers in our community need to work nearly 2.26 full-time jobs to afford a 2-bedroom unit. The vacancy rate at market rate complexes was 3.6%. Generally speaking, a 5 to 10% vacancy rate is considered to be healthy for a community. The full report can be found on our Housing Solutions website in our reports and data section. Thank you to the City Council and the City of Flagstaff for your continued investment in affordable housing. As you can see, the need in our community is great, and we appreciate your efforts to help address our community's affordable housing crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. All right, next we have 6A, December work anniversaries. And Joanne Keene is here to tell us about it.
Well, good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Joanne Keene, your Deputy City Manager. I'm here today to present the December employee work anniversaries. Shannon is taking some well-deserved time off and asked me to present it this week. I am not wearing a hat, though. I meant to bring one, and it just didn't happen today. So wanted to start today by recognizing our first year anniversaries. We have 2 slides of individuals who are celebrating 1 year with the City of Flagstaff. I'll leave this up for a second and then move to the next. I won't read the names, but we're very happy that these individuals are working for the City of Flagstaff and have continued to work for the City of Flagstaff for a full year. Moving into 5-year anniversaries, we have Anthony Cordes, who is a police officer, is celebrating 5 years. Caleb Alexander, who is our assistant housing director, also celebrating 5 years with the city. Stacy Fobar, our deputy city clerk, and I'm sure she's in the room somewhere, so thank you, Stacy. Joshua Reichel, a police officer, celebrating 5 years. Pamela Plonsky, a temporary library clerk. Michael Oliver, a police sergeant, celebrating 5 years with the city. Haley Reynolds, recreation supervisor with Pros, celebrating 5 years. And Brant, I hope I get his name right, Chapin, is a police officer with the City of Flagstaff, celebrating 5 years. And then you may know this individual, Mr. Scott Overton, is celebrating 5 years with the City of Flagstaff, but as we all know, has served for many years in other capacities. So congratulations, Scott. Moving into 10-year anniversaries, Michael Priest is a police officer celebrating 10 years. You may also know this individual, Mr. Dan Folk, celebrating 10 years with the City of Flagstaff. Colton Hutchinson, a police sergeant, celebrating 10 years. Sean Mullaney, park supervisor in Pros, also celebrating 10 years. Excuse me, I'm going to go back to that because this is a big one. This is a 20-year anniversary. So congratulations to Sean for 20 years and thank you for your service to the City of Flagstaff. So moving into our 25-year anniversaries, we actually have 2 today. And the first is Leanne Garcia, and I believe she's in the room, but I'm not going to, yeah, there she is. So Leanne is celebrating her 25th year with the City of Flagstaff. She worked as a temporary employee in recreation from 1996 through 1998 as a recreation leader, weightlifting instructor, and a therapeutic recreation attendant. She started working in management services in December of 1998 and continued her career in management services, working her way up from the mailroom, an administrative assistant, an administrative specialist. And in February 2018, she was promoted to a buyer in management services. Leanne has received a WOW Award and a QSI recognizing her dedication and hard work over these 25 years. So let's congratulate Leanne today. Our second 25-year anniversary is Jennifer Caputo, and I know Jennifer is also in the room as well. Okay. Jennifer has been with the City of Flagstaff Human Resources for 25 years. She's spent time working in all areas of HR, and she has now worked her way up to her well-deserved position of interim deputy HR director and has been incredibly key to our transition that we're going through right now in HR. She's a supportive mentor and leader of HR staff and enjoys seeing her team develop and progress in their careers. Jen's compassion, innovation, dedication, commitment, and expertise shine through in her work for the City of Flagstaff. HR staff appreciates Jen's contagious positivity, how she goes out of her way to make her new team members feel welcome, and that she's always engaged about the team and stays engaged with the things that are important to them. So Jen, thank you for all you do for Team Flagstaff. I also want to give an opportunity if either one of you want to say anything. No? Okay. Well, thank you. That's our December work anniversaries, and I feel like there's a discussion happening up there that it may or may not happen now. Okay. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you. Moving down to council liaison reports, I will start to my left with Councilmember McCarthy.
Well, that was a bad place to start because I don't have anything today.
Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you, Mayor. BPAC had their retreat, and it was pretty exciting. And it's great to see how much this commission is expanding and bringing arts to our community. There is a new logo, and I was hoping to unveil it tonight, but I was told it needs to be in January. So look forward to that. Thank you.
Councilmember House.
Thank you, Mayor. So for the Housing Commission, they had a joint November-December meeting earlier this month. We were able to be introduced to our newest member, Commissioner Kevin Doby, and they had several different discussions about different programs happening and coming out of the Housing Division. The Commission on Diversity Awareness also had a presentation on a proposed rainbow crosswalk, a presentation from NAU graduate students on the anti-camping ordinance and possible alternatives, and discussion of future programming, flags, and other ongoing efforts from that commission as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Matthews.
Nothing today, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Councilmember Harris is on a excused absence. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. I don't have much. No meetings last week. Tourism Commission didn't meet because we're having our year retreat on the 4th of January over at the airport. There was one other thing I wanted to mention. Oh, just the budget retreat last week and Terry Medexa's going away party last Wednesday night. Not really a commission report, but wonderful to send her off with such warm wishes and appreciation for all the hard work she's done.
Thank you. The Commission on Inclusion and Adaptive Living is extremely active and continues to pursue what actions they can help with and how they can help push council and staff toward more enforcement of sidewalks in the winter months and accessibility for people of all abilities. So they're even having work sessions outside of their regular commission meetings. All right, moving down to appointments. The first is to our Tourism Commission. And let me link on here. We have, first up, we have Vice Mayor Aslan, then Councilmember House, then Councilmember Sweet. And you can see on the agenda page, except my mouse is not cooperating with me, the terms. So a term expiring January 25, one January 26th, and one January 27th. So starting with Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I'd like to go ahead and nominate a current commissioner and Chair Ellen Jimenez to a new term expiring January 2027.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right. Next, we have Councilmember House.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to appoint Cody Halfmoon to a term expiring January 2026.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you. I would like to nominate Jamie Thousand to an appointment with a term expiring January of 2025.
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. Those appointments are made. Thank you, council members, for studying up on all of the applications. Next up, we have the Airport Commission, and I believe that Ms. Fobar has a correction to make about when the terms expire.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. I apologize, but I cannot do math, and our airport terms will expire in October 2026 versus 2027. Thank you so much, and I appreciate all of your work.
Thank you. All right, I am first up, so I move to reappoint David Steiner to a term ending what we just said, which was October 2026. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
And, any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Councilmember House.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to appoint Robert Hanovich, and I apologize if I mispronounced that last name, to a term expiring October 2026.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. Councilmember Sweet.
I would like to move and appoint Colby White to a term expiring October 2026.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. Next up, Indigenous Commission. There are 3 appointments to terms expiring December 2026 and 1 appointment to an ex officio member for an IPAC member. And the description of what those categories are included in the item on the agenda. So first up, we have Councilmember House.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to move to appoint Lauren Kaibatoni to a term expiring December 2026.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Councilmember Sweet.
I would like to move and appoint Linda Curley to an ex officio term for an IPAC member.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. Next up is me. I would like to nominate Kimberly Hosky for a seat for a term expiring December 2026. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. Vice Mayor Aslan.
I would like to nominate Marion Marshall for the remaining term that's available.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right. Down to D, Commission on Diversity Awareness. 1 appointment to a term expiring September 2025. And Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to reappoint Mandy Gebler to a term expiring September 2025.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. And I'd just like to thank all of the applicants. We had an especially great pool of applicants this time, and it makes our job harder to appoint, but it also makes our commissions really strong when we have such outstanding candidates. All right, we are moving down to item number 9. Thank you. Is it my name? Okay. Consent agenda. We will take these all at once, and it should be noted that unless otherwise noted, everything that's on the consent agenda is considered by the City Council to be routine, and unless it's otherwise indicated, all of the expenditures have already been approved by Council as budgeted items. The budget has been approved. So we have items number lettered 8 through J. Are there any items that a council member would like to pull from this list? Okay, I will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Mayor, I move to approve items 9A through 9J of the consent agenda.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, down to item number 10, which is routine items. First is consideration and adoption of resolution number 2023-66 and ordinance number 2023-31, a resolution of the Flagstaff City Council declaring as a public record that certain document filed with the city clerk entitled Updates to City Code, Property Care Standards, and Abandoned Vehicles. And as you all will recall, we've had a presentation on this, and we are here to adopt and read. Dan, do you have anything that you would like to add?
I do. I have one recommended edit for you to consider at second reading. And so you may recall at the first reading, Councilmember McCarthy had a question about this particular section that I've pulled up. And the word secured, what did we mean by secured on the property? And so staff, working with Councilmember McCarthy, has come up with this alternative language for number 1. And so we're recommending the last sentence read, containers shall be maintained in good working condition to allow for proper closure to prevent blowing trash and access by animals. Just all animals. We're just going to keep it broad here, animals. Could be a human animal, could be a raccoon, you know. But no, we think this language is good. We understand the confusion over securing, but the idea is, yeah, it's about securing the container on the property and not creating a mess. So we like this language.
Thank you.
That's our recommended edit in second reading.
Thank you. Councilmember McCarthy?
I just want to thank Kevin Fensel from the Attorney's Office for coming up with the winning words.
All right, do I have a motion to adopt resolution number 2023-66?
Mayor, I'll move to adopt resolution number 2023-66.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. City Clerk.
There's no reading on this one, Mayor. I'll read on the next action.
Oh, we're reading the ordinance. My apologies. All right. Do I have a motion to read ordinance number 2023-31 by title?
Mayor, I move to read ordinance number 2023-31 by title only for the final time.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
Quick question.
Oh,
Did we need to mention the changes?
I just wanted to make
in
clear that if the motion included the recommended edit.
okay. Where was I? City Clerk, would you read the ordinance by title only, please?
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff amending the Flagstaff City Code Title VII Health and Sanitation and Title VI Police Regulations by adopting by reference that certain document entitled PZ-23-00094 Updates to City Code Property Care Standards and Abandoned Vehicles, providing for penalties, repeal of conflicting ordinances, severability, and establishing an effective date as amended.
Thank you. Now, do I have a motion to adopt ordinance number 2023-31?
So moved.
Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Thank you, Dan and staff. Moving down to item number B, consideration and adoption of ordinance number 2023-30, an ordinance amending the Flagstaff City Code, Chapter 1 through 14, Personnel System, by amending the Employee Handbook of Regulations regarding holiday leave. Council, we've had a presentation on this. Any questions before I entertain a motion? So I will entertain a motion to read the ordinance.
Mayor, I move that we read ordinance number 2023-30 by title only for the final time.
Thank you. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? City Clerk?
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff amending the Flagstaff City Code, Chapter 1-14, Personnel System by amending the Employee Handbook of Regulations, Section 1-50-010, Holiday Leave, providing for repeal of conflicting ordinances, severability, authority for clerical corrections, and establishing an effective date.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to adopt?
I move to adopt ordinance number 2023-30.
Thank you. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right. Moving down to item number C, consideration and approval of cooperative contract, a cooperative purchasing agreement with Invoice Cloud to provide an electronic payment acceptance solution in an amount not to exceed $140,000 annually for 5 years, utilizing the City of Chandler cooperative purchase contract. Hello, Mr. Tatter.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. Oh, stop that little thing. There we go. Before turn that off, I did. Watch her coming. This item is related to a contract for electronic payment services with the City of Flagstaff and Invoice Cloud. Staff has selected Invoice Cloud to develop the contract based on a cooperative agreement with the City of Chandler, Arizona. I will be sharing with you today some of the benefits that we saw with this new product that we look to move forward with, as well as consideration of the payment model that we'd like to adopt with this contract going forward. Today with me is Jessica Kittleson, our customer service manager, and Adam Eck, the regional sales director for Invoice Cloud. So Invoice Cloud is next slide. Invoice Cloud is a leader in electronic payment processing in the area of utility bills and government services. This product will help us see an ease in use for our customers, as well as add a lot of benefits for our team, our customer service team, in working with our customers and services provide. The platform provides processes to help drive customers to an electronic engagement type payment processing. So we can get out into the communicate and get people to do electronic services, which is really beneficial and helps with the burden on the front counter work for our team. The City of Flagstaff uses Enterprise as our municipal billing service. And Invoice Cloud is really a leader within partnerships with Harris and Enterprise. In fact, they have 15 integrations already put in place with their customer information system program. That's what we use for our billing, so it's really good to know that they've done it before and they can deliver for us also. In Arizona alone, they do have 25 clients that work with the Invoice Cloud module. Invoice Cloud will also help with our collection process by delivering more services through notifications, emails, and text. Hopefully we drive down our need to send out postcards and door hangers and hopefully smooth that collection process for our team at the City of Flagstaff. There's a lot of benefits built into this new program that we'll have. Now, and as I mentioned, we're using the cooperative. The other thing is our terminals at the front counter are not necessarily that up-to-date secured terminals. This company will deliver us with those tap-to-pay and those other ways of paying right at the front counters for us. So bringing us up to the modern era of collecting payments over the counter. And with that, I would like to pass it off to Jessica to share some of the new improvements and what the customers will see and what our team will see with this contract.
Thanks, Rick. So greetings, Mayor, Council. I'm Jessica Kittleson, the Customer Service Manager, and I've been working with Adam here from Invoice Cloud for the last 8 or so months reviewing their platform, and I'm pleased to share with you tonight some of the Invoice Cloud features that we've been most impressed with, which we feel will add to an improved customer and staff experience. So first on the list on your screen, you have designed to remove friction and drive change in bill payer behavior. So we're really excited for just a simplified online experience. So we've been impressed with Invoice Cloud's ability to send an either email or text or both notification to our customers, which then they can easily click a link to view their bill and pay their bill, all without that dreaded payment login password combination that we all love. So we really feel that that is going to make a simplified experience that will drive that online side. So from here, customers can also sign up for paperless billing, which will assist us in growing those paperless customers, which is an important metric to us in customer service as we look to advance the climate action plan. Rick mentioned it's important to us that Invoice Cloud integrates with our current billing software. This will allow for real-time updates. So if a customer is visiting us on the website or they're calling us on the phone, calling to get their account balance, they're going to have all of the same information that our staff sees. We're impressed with their communications. So these are also based on those real-time updates. So for example, the customer will be able to receive reminders of an upcoming payment due date, but you're not going to receive that notification unless that payment hasn't been made yet. So it's all real time. Finally, we're impressed with their software as a service approach, which means we'll always be poised for the future. So I'm going to share a timeline of some of their product releases. So we're excited for those out-of-the-box features, which Rick mentioned with new payment terminals, this text messaging, but we know that we'll always be poised for the future and not just stuck in one version. So now I'm going to share some screenshots of the pay by text, which we're excited for. So this is how our customers will be able to review a text notification. So they'll receive a notification from the City of Flagstaff with their amount due, and then from there can click a link to then view their invoice and proceed to a checkout screen. Again, that was without having to enter your email, a password to get into an account portal. From here, then you can enter your payment information, sign up for auto pay, sign up for paperless, and save your payment information so that next month when you get that bill, you can just reply back, pay, and your bill is automatically paid. We really feel too that this is easy for our staff to initiate. So we do get a lot of calls from folks that are maybe out of town, didn't receive their physical bill, just need a little help. Maybe you're at work, you get that call that you're past due on your bill. Hey, can you send that to me real quick? And we'll confirm that most people are calling now from a mobile device. And from our staff side screen, they can initiate that text to the customer and then encourage that self-service the next time so that they're signing up for that paperless, the auto pay, and signing up for that pay by text again. We're also really excited to be able to digitalize some of our outbound communications. So Invoice Cloud offers text, phone/voice, and email notifications, which we can use for late payment reminders, perhaps emergency communications if there's a water line down or something like that. Potentially our shut-off notices to gather feedback. So if we wanted to inform customers about the rate study or changes in recycling program or something like that, we would have the capability to do that. We're really especially excited. Rick mentioned our delinquency process Currently, we send out about 300 to 400 physical postcards every month to customers that get a little bit behind on their bills. And for the most part, about 90% of these pay within the first few days of receiving that postcard. So what that tells us is that most people, life happens, you get a little bit behind, and then you can make that bill. Sometimes people are even calling after they've already made a payment, so we're relying on old information for that postcard. So we hope that with these digital communications, we can mitigate at least some of that. Finally, this is the timeline of some of the ongoing enhancements that we've seen Invoice Cloud provide. So I've already mentioned the pay by text, that auto pay and one-time checkout. You also have your auto pay, or your Apple Pay, your Google Pay, and we're just excited to see this commitment that we don't know what the payment space could look like in the next few years, but on this system, we'll feel like we'll be poised for the future. So I'm now going to pass it back to Rick, who's going to discuss our credit card fee models.
Thank you, Jessica. So talking about our models that we currently have related to our credit cards, we use an absorbed model. That means that the city really pays for all the cost of the credit card transactions and processing from our online services. While we do get favorable rates as a municipality, the rates are subject to the industry and what their industry charges us as far as those business card types. They're a higher return or higher rate that we capture and so forth. Our annual costs currently are approximately $360,000 on an annual basis, contained within our revenue section. In the last 5 years, we've seen this grow over the last 5 from $150,000 a year up to that $360,000. And with our projections and our hope to get more people online and paying, we could see this increasing by another 5 to 7% over the next couple of years, and really creates an increased financial burden on an annual basis for the city of Flagstaff to be able to have the budget to pay these costs and grow over the following years. One of the other things is that by us subsidizing the credit card fees, really the customers who have the services are really paying the subsidy, because we pass this on to customers in their utility bill, their rate studies, and it's built in that way. So a person paying $10,000 on a utility bill and services maybe may cost us $300. But we take that and everybody buys into that model when you're absorbed model. So we're looking to make changes to make it more equitable for people that have bills with the city of Flagstaff. So our goal is to implement a convenience model. As we do the process, we'll probably be looking at rolling this out in May or June of this year as we develop the program. And absorbing wrong section. This has been very common with many cities, state, government, counties. Coconino County has a similar 2.75%. You'll see that coming up. And even our other utilities, APS, Unisource, they charge a transaction fee for use of credit cards to the customer who wants to use that service. However, we do provide other methods of paying cards. And this also helps reduce the budgetary impact that we have annually, trying to figure out what the growth and the expense is going to be. Customer service is a general fund division, which competes for many resources throughout the general fund. And in this way, the customer has that choice. Do they want to pay the convenience fee, or do they want a different way of paying the city of Flagstaff? There are free methods, and we'll talk about those in the coming slide. Invoice Cloud has shared that over 50% of their clients are on a convenience fee model, passing it on to customers, providing that service. And staff recognize that now is the time to switch to that convenience model. As we upgrade and provide many of the enhancements that we'll have with this new product, and Jessica only pointed out a few, there's a lot more coming. We feel this is a good time to switch to a new product as well as that convenience fee transition. So here's just a visual example of our fees that we pay in customer service. You can see if we continue on the path with the absorb model, over the next several years, you'll see that continue to increase as we grow and add more customers and get more people on electronic payments. But by going to a convenience model, we look to shift the way they pay. Paying by bank draft and those types of methods are free, and hope to drive them to that type of service while still allowing the credit cards and the e-checks throughout our processes. So this provides us a more consistent budget and a consistent cost for the city of Flagstaff. Very financially sound. So a convenience model for our municipal bills, what we're looking at with this contract is to have a $2.95 percent credit card fee for people who want to use a credit card to pay a bill. This amounts to about $2.95 for every $100 of a municipal bill. There is a less expensive option of people providing a e-check for a one-time payment. If they want to jump on, make a one-time payment with an e-check, that is only 95 cents as compared to the credit card fee. We will continue to offer auto payments by bank draft as a free service. This is where somebody commits to provide their bank account, and we draft every day, every month on the due date. So we give them plenty of notice. Hey, your bill's coming due. We're going to draft this out of your account. And this is really the most effective and efficient way for our team and customers to pay their bills on a monthly basis. That will continue to be free. We'll continue the free options for cash and mailed checks. If people want to go that way and write a check or come visit us and say hi, cash model is always free to come to City of Flagstaff and pay. So here's a table that was put together to help us understand what that cost is. If you think of a municipal bill, mainly on the residential side, is maybe $160, maybe less. If they choose the method of the credit card, they'll pay about $4.72. But they do have that option as they get on to use an e-check, which would be a 95-cent cost, regardless of the value of their monthly bill. And of course, auto pay, again, would be free regardless of the cost of their annual bill. So with the convenience model, Invoice Cloud has done research. They've worked with many businesses already, and they've got some charts that they showed us how other cities have done when they've switched from a absorbed to convenience, and they've really found no negative impact on people adopting an online payment service and processing. A lot of people still like the convenience of paying through a website. They continue to go there, or they switch to the free methods that we authorize. And we'll do a lot of outreach to get more customers enrolled during the process. While that will increase maybe the people using our service, it'll still maintain our costs at a reasonable amount versus seeing growth over years. Noting some surveys that were conducted by U.S. Bank, 79% of customers say service fees will not negatively impact their choice or their view on paying their bills. And 85% pay the service fee without any issues and just continue to make their payments. But economic factors like inflation, rising costs, the fee models that Visa, MasterCard, and those do annually, they keep giving cards that give you points. Those cost more to the people accepting it. So we're hoping to help balance that trend through our model and making us a more consistent budget and service delivery while delivering more to the community as we go on forward. So just to also share, there has been previous council direction or comments on this item. We've been to, during the budgetary process a couple of years ago, we talked about rising cost in credit cards, and we were asked to maybe research a convenience fee versus the city continuing to absorb these. So we've had a conversation in the past. We just never moved that needle at the time. We did have a conversation with our budget team about this approach. A lot of people in the budget team agreed that this is a better approach for our city, passing on the cost for those who want to use the credit cards and so forth, versus the city continue to absorb them. And as we go forward, we do credit card payment processing for many other types of service besides the municipal bill, such as the police department, community development. And we have a pricing plan that allows us the flexibility to whether we're going to absorb for those types of services or also charge a convenience fee for those services. So we'll analyze those as we go forward and try and make those decisions what's best for the city and some for the customer. So that's our future approach. On your approval, we hope to implement this next calendar year and have in place all these new wonderful services for our customers in the May timeframe. And with that, questions?
Thank you, Rick. Council, any questions, comments? Councilmember Matthews?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Rick. I'm happy to see the more convenient way to pay. I struggle through the sign-on. I have 2 meters in my facility, so I'm happy to hear that. Couple questions. Will this model still allow for a cap on payments for utility water bills? I have a cap on mine just to divert any broken water lines.
$10,000. For the one-time payments, that's a $10,000 cap.
So, Rick,
Adam's here.
okay.
Yes, Adam's here.
I can speak to that.
I have a 1,500 cap.
Okay, so the cap's in place since we have a convenience model instituted. That's going to be on a variable basis, so there's not going to be really a cap for credit and debit processing, which is really helpful now because that means that you can have somebody who wants to pay this fee via credit or debit card and go ahead and charge that card for $50,000, $75,000, $80,000. They'll incur that fee, and now that liability completely shifts off of Flagstaff. And then for electronic checks, right now, the cap is going to be naturally at $125,000. I can get that raised for the city as well, as long as there are some commercial accounts that have bills that high.
And I was on the consumer side. I have a cap on my water bill on my facility, just in case we had a water line break that I didn't get because I have it on automatic ACH payments. I was just wondering if on the consumer commercial side, if we can still have the imposed cap in case there's a water line event and we're not hit with a $10,000 bill.
Yeah. So there is, yes, there is a cap that we can impose if it's necessary.
So then, Rick, you had said that right now we absorb the rate and we factored into our the rates that we pass on to our end users. So is there going to be some adjustment back? Because you said right now it's several $100,000. Will that be reduced in the overall flat rate to our?
Not likely, because currently we don't have the full budget amount approved on an annual basis. So yeah, we may have some one-time savings if we get in there, but we only have a budget in customer service of about $160,000. And that's for water, trash, recycling. It's for all those services. So as you start to whittle that down, it's a very minimal impact to the rates of the customers because we don't have the ongoing budget already set aside. Is that?
And then on the one slide where you showed right now what we're paying, $300 and something thousand in absorbed fees, and then one more right there. Mm-hmm. So the convenience model, what's the $140,000 for then? Just our fee to the merchant?
It's for providing the services. It's for providing the emails, the customer interfaces, as well as the auto pay costs that will incur for that free service, because we're going to pick up that part. So it's all the services are enrolled into that.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Council, any additional questions or comments? Yes?
Thanks, Rick, for the presentation and team. This is going to be a very, very nominal side comment more than a question, but I'm just wondering about the terminology, because I'm just thinking in the business sector that I've worked within, we did adopt a transaction fee that went fairly smoothly, except when we called it a convenience fee, because to the consumer, there's nothing convenient about having to pay an additional fee. So I'm just wondering if there's any consideration of that in terms of the naming of what it will be called to the customer side.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great point. And the way that Invoice Cloud addresses that is our platform is very configurable. So anytime there's an issue of verbiage that wants to be adopted by a governing body or any authority, we can go ahead and modify that verbiage just to make sure that that's aligned with what you want to present to your customer base.
Great, thanks. Brought the right people.
Additional questions, comments? I will entertain a motion to approve the cooperative purchasing agreement and authorize the city manager to execute the necessary documents.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? Councilmember McCarthy.
So what we're have on the table is to approve this contract. This idea of going to a convenience fee or whatever we call it, that you're just going to do that unless there's some objection of council, I presume. I don't have any objection. I think it's a good idea. But I just want to clarify, those are really two separate decisions.
The decision to the municipal bill as a convenience model, service fee model, is part of this contract. That's the way we are going. It's not a choice for that model.
Okay.
As we implement new ones, we're gonna make that conversation with budget team and those departments as far as their fees.
All right, I appreciate the clarification.
Yep.
Thank you.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right. Thank you, Rick.
Thank you.
Moving down to our regular agenda, 11A, consideration and adoption of resolution number 2023-67, a resolution of the Flagstaff City Council approving the amendment of the intergovernmental agreement between Coconino County, the Coconino County Jail District, and the City of Flagstaff for the purpose of formalizing and clarifying the responsibilities of each of the parties with regard. You know, you're going to hear the city clerk read that in just a minute, so that's the gist of it. Hello, Chief.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of Council. Dan Musselman, and I have the honor of serving as your police chief. Before you today is a request to approve an amendment to the intergovernmental agreement between Coconino County, the Coconino County Jail District, and the City of Flagstaff. The purpose of this amendment is to formalize the responsibilities of each of the parties in regard to ensuring our jointly owned property at 911 East Sawmill Road. This agreement will ensure that these properties are sufficiently insured. The city will carry the property insurance for the entire property that is jointly owned and occupied. The city and county will share the costs of the premiums for the insurance coverage on the jointly owned and occupied property. The city will cover 67.93%, and the county will cover 32.07%, which is the proportional share of the amount of the building that each entity uses. Each party will bear the sole responsibility for the contents of their respective areas. So we ask that you would approve this amendment. I'll answer any questions should you have them.
I have just a quick question. If I understand correctly, previously each entity was paying the insurance company directly, and this is moving it to the city paying it and getting reimbursed?
No, I think there was a handshake agreement years ago, but I wasn't involved in it then, where we covered the insurance and the county covered something else. But whatever that something else was has since gone away, and we don't use it anymore. So it just made more sense to break it out this way, which is where we break out the bills for utilities and everything else.
Okay. So each entity is paying the insurance company directly in the percentages that you listed out?
Yes, Mayor. So the city's paying the bill, and then they're invoicing the county for their share. That's the way it's
Okay.
worded.
Thank you. All right, council, questions, comments? I will entertain a motion to read the resolution by title only.
Mayor, I move to read resolution number 2023-67 by title only.
Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, City Clerk.
A resolution of the Flagstaff City Council approving an amendment to the intergovernmental agreement between Coconino County and the City of Flagstaff for the purpose of formalizing and clarifying the responsibilities of each of the parties with regard to ensuring the facility and its contents.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to adopt?
I move to adopt resolution number 2023-67.
Thank you. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Thank you, Chief. Moving down to item number 11B, consideration and approval of a relocation benefit purchase. Hello.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. This is Anya Wendell on behalf of the City Attorney's Office. We're here tonight to ask for you to approve the purchase of a concrete batch plant for Arizona Materials. Arizona Materials operates a business here in Flagstaff that's being displaced by the Lone Tree Overpass project. And with me tonight, I have Christine Cameron, our project manager with the Lone Tree Overpass. We have Chris Childers on our team's invite. He is our relocation consultant specialist. He was hired by the general contractor. Hi, Chris, welcome. For the project and has been working diligently to help Arizona Materials with relocation efforts. We also have, I believe we have on the line Bryce Doty, our real estate manager, who's been involved with this, and Patrick Brown, our purchasing director, as well as Dan Folk, our community development director, who can answer any questions about the new site and its status of its progress where Arizona Materials will be relocating. So I need to pause just a moment because I do have a PowerPoint and I don't know how to access it. I'm very sorry. I think you saved it for me. Did you save it on the template? I think so. Well, while we're looking for the pretty pictures, I'll just go ahead and move along. So Arizona Materials has been here quite a while. They own a 2.75 acre parcel, which we need for both the Lone Tree Overpass project and the Rio de Flag flood control project. So the top of its project is where the Rio de Flag is going to go, and the bottom half of its project is where the Lone Tree Overpass is actually going to go. So it's right front and center. We need it. We've gotten appraisal for it. We've made an offer for it. Oh, great. We'll just, now you get to see it. I'll go ahead and scroll through. Okay. So yeah, so let's just move to the next slide so you can see what it looks like. So here's where the property is. You can see its batch plant and some piles of materials there. You can see the blue, between the blue lines is where the Rio de Flag is going in channel. And then the red is where the overpass is going. So any questions about that map? No, moving along. Okay. So the city is providing relocation benefits to businesses displaced by the project, and that's under the Federal Uniform Relocation Act, and federal regulations are in Title 49. our general contractor Ames and its subcontractor CEI with Chris Childers is here, has been helping with all those relocation. Next slide. So just a quick refresher on what relocation benefits are being provided. So we help them find a new site. They've identified a site over on East Huntington Drive, 4302 East Huntington Drive. I don't know if you're familiar with Flagstaff Auto Repair, but it's in that area. And they are moving forward with, they've submitted a concept plan in November. Staff is really diligent about getting back comments. So they're in the process of getting a new site plan approval over on East Huntington Drive. So next slide. So why are you being asked to authorize this purchase? The reason is that the current plant is over 30 years old and it can't be moved, and it would be very expensive just to disassemble and reassemble it. And then once it was reassembled, it wouldn't meet code. And Chris, you're here. Do you want to speak anything to that?
I just, with the plant being as old as it is, to be able to, the federal regs say that we can disconnect, move, and reconnect all personal property, but we need to bring any modifications to bring the, we also have to modify any of the equipment to bring it up to state, county, and city codes and ordinances to meet OSHA and any national electrical codes. And the equipment is so old it just can't be brought up to code. And so then the federal regs allow for substitute personal property for the replacement with a functional replacement equal to what they have now. Any betterments, the business owner will be required to pay for any betterments of the equipment. So we're only replacing exactly what they have that meets current code.
Thank you, Chris. And also just letting you know how the vendor was selected. The federal regulations require us to obtain quotes, and my understanding is that, Chris, you obtained several quotes and did kind of a nationwide search for batch plants.
That's correct. We looked for new equipment, but we also followed up and looked for possible used equipment for maybe a batch plant that was a few years old. And we actually found out that some of the used equipment, trying to find something that meets what they have now, most of the stuff exceeded it, but the cost was equal to or more than actually just buying a new batch plant.
Thanks. Next slide. Okay. So the reason why we're getting authority now is we don't have the final form of purchase contract. We've gotten a couple quotes. We asked for some changes to the contract. We got the most recent updated quote today. We wanted to make sure that the city's interests are protected during transportation, which is when most likely damage could occur. And then we wanted to make sure there was a performance bond to assure that once we made our down payment on this, that they would come through and actually perform and deliver this expensive piece of equipment. In addition, we could wait for the final form of contract, but it takes 10 to 12 months between the time when you order this and when it can be delivered, installed. That delay in time or lag time could put pressure on our schedule for the Lone Tree Overpass project. And so we'd like to be able to purchase this equipment as soon as possible and not wait till mid-January, February. I think we can finalize the form of contract within the next week or two. So that's our goal. So that's about it. The next steps, if you authorize this, the purchase will get underway. Arizona Materials will continue with its site plan approval process. We also have a pending condemnation case to acquire the Arizona Materials property. We weren't able to agree upon the purchase price. That land purchase is a separate cost to the city. Our appraisal says it's about $1.9 million, but we don't. And we're working to get possession of that property so the Lone Tree Overpass project can move forward. And that's about it. When we do come, we will come back to you again to ask you to ratify the final purchase contract, and then as well as the final determination of benefits overall for Arizona Materials. So with that, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Anya. Council, do you have questions? Comments? Councilmember House.
Thank you for the presentation. Am I understanding correctly that there is there a current facility at that new address that they would just be taking over, or are they building a new facility there?
Councilmember House, that is vacant land. Their new site is vacant land, so they will have to build a new facility, which is some office space and then the equipment.
Okay, thank you. And is there any anticipated impact to the existing businesses there? In particular, I know that's the area where the shelter services are.
So this is where it's great to have Dan Folk here. The new site, they will be required to obtain a conditional use permit, and hopefully all impacts of the operation would be addressed as part of the conditional use permit process, but it's all yours, Dan.
Anya summed it up really well. So this use does require a conditional use permit within the light industrial zoning district, which is the property that they've purchased. And so that conditional use permit, the idea is there are uses which are allowed, but you may need to put conditions on it to mitigate impacts, right? And so that will go to the Planning and Zoning Commission. Staff will make a recommendation. If we believe there's conditions needed to mitigate impacts, we'd recommend that. P&Z will make their decision. That can be the end of it. Council will make a notice of decision. Council can then either refer it to themselves or the applicant can appeal it to City Council. But that's the process. And the idea is, yeah, you mitigate the impacts. If the finding is you can't mitigate an impact, then you would not approve the conditional use permit.
Thank you.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you. It would have been useful if we'd had a map showing us where the new location is. I presume it's across the street from the homeless shelter, and down the way a bit.
It's actually a little further to the east from the shelter. It's closer to where, Huntington hooks back up with industrial, is it?
There's a brewery right there.
There's a couple, the coroner, I actually believe, is next door. So it's kind of near the end of Huntington.
So it's the east end of Huntington on the north side of the street.
Correct.
Thank you.
There's an animal veterinarian clinic down there, and I believe the coroner.
Just in general, it's great to have a map.
Yeah, we could pull one up for you real quick.
I don't think you need to, just for future reference.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, just real briefly, just to share my thinking and feeling on this. Obviously, the Rear to Flag project is critical to succeed. I wouldn't want to slow that up or create any snags. As long as the businesses that are impacted along that right-of-way are being made whole and kept more or less the way they're supposed to be, if nothing had happened, that's completely consistent for me with how we should be moving forward on this. There is some sticker shock. There's some, the costs associated with this, but it seems to me that it's fair as long as those prices have been negotiated in really good faith, and those agreements are agreed to on both sides, and everybody's happy at the end. I think the important thing is that this project does not get slowed down. And I think it's a bit of a fine-tuned, fragile journey that we're on, and we just want to keep everything running smoothly.
And I would like to reiterate, we all know that there's a couple of really important projects there, and not that staff wouldn't, but just keeping in mind making the transition as smooth as possible for the landowner so that they can be set up and back in business is really important to council. I think you're hearing that. And also, these relocation and purchases are all part of the project costs that we've already anticipated. So I just wanted to make that clear and make that statement. Anything else, Council? Anya?
I just wanted to thank you for those remarks.
Thank you for thanking us. Okay, I'm having mouse problems again. All right, so I will entertain a motion to approve the purchase of the concrete plant and authorize the city attorney and procurement director to approve the final form of contract.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, thank you. Moving down to C, consideration and adoption of ordinance number 2024-01. This is an ordinance of the Flagstaff City Council authorizing the acquisition of real property interest for a Flagstaff urban trail system alongside the Rio de Flag flood control project. Hello, Martin.
Hello, Mayor, Council. Martin Ince, I'm with the Engineering Division. So this ordinance will authorize acquisition of property rights for 2 trails planned along the alignment of the Rio de Flag flood control project. One of these trails is located south of the tracks and generally extends west from La Plaza Vieja all the way out to Railroad Springs and beyond. The other trail is also south of the tracks, and it follows the Rio from south side and eventually makes its way all the way out to Country Club. Both of these trails are planned as part of the regional plan. They're on the Trails Master Plan, and in fact, both have been in the regional plan since at least 2001. I didn't look any earlier at some of our earlier plans, so they've been around for a while. City charter requires council approval of property rights or property acquisition, in this case in the form of an ordinance. You may remember that a little bit more than a year ago, a year and a couple of months, we had a similar ordinance before you that authorized acquisition of property rights for the Foots trails more globally, identified on the Foots Master Plan. This essentially just adds to that list of acquisitions for trails. You will have received a letter from one of the property owners on the trail to the east. I want you to know we have recently met with the property owner and have talked through some of their concerns and some potential solutions. I think it's worth noting that authorization of acquisition through the ordinance tonight and at your next meeting does not shortcut the acquisition process for us. In other words, we still have to go meet with property owners and basically work through their concerns and come to a mutual agreement and obtain the easement or other property rights from them that way. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Martin. You mentioned that you're going to negotiate with the property owners, try to work things out, and I expect that you will do that. But I do notice that the ordinance calls out, council would be giving staff authority to do condemnation if a property owner was not cooperative. So I guess I would like to hear how we were going to address that. In other words, it kind of sounds like, yeah, we'll try to work things out, but if it doesn't work out, we're going to go to court and take your land. So I'll leave it at that.
If I may, Anya Wendell with the City Attorney's Office. And thank you for that question, Councilmember McCarthy. We have a standard form of ordinance which authorizes acquisition of property by any means. That can be by purchase, donation, or condemnation for public use. Our ordinance specifically states that we would have to come back to you, the council, to obtain approval before we proceed with condemnation. And that is basically twofold. Number one, we can't proceed with condemnation right now. We don't have a legal description. We don't have an appraisal. We haven't made an offer for the property. All those things have to occur first. And then finally, before and after all those things have happened, we would need, if we were not able to reach an agreement with the property owner, we would ask for you to adopt a resolution finding that this taking is necessary for public use. So This ordinance does identify all the properties, including the parcels owned by the Cliftons, and the Cliftons are here today. We have Mike and Justin and a lovely lady sitting in between them. And they've owned this property that is potentially crossed by foots since 1973. At any rate, this ordinance does not give authority to condemn. It just says that's one of the means you can acquire the property, and if you need to condemn, you have to come back to us, the city council, for that authority.
So what I'm hearing from the legal staff is that regardless of the way I read it, this would have to come back to council before a condemnation would take place. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And if I may, just to clarify, it does say the property interest may be acquired through purchase, exchange, gift, donation, dedication, or condemnation for public use, semicolon, very important semicolon. Provided, however, prior to commencement of any condemnation proceeding, the city council shall adopt a separate resolution authorizing condemnation.
So the lesson for me is read all of it, right? Thank you.
Thank you, Sterling. And yeah, there's a lot of words in our documents.
City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the discussion, Councilmember McCarthy. I just want to impress upon the council that, you know, the diligent effort that the staff and legal team puts forward to acquire properties through amicable negotiations. It takes a lot of work, but it's good work, and we see a lot of outcomes of that. The previous item you had on the agenda is a good reflection of that, and many of and we have so many projects going on, so these discussions are occurring throughout the city with good success. The language you have in the contract is standard language, as has been mentioned, and really needs to be there, but rest assured that staff and the legal team will do everything they can to have good faith negotiations with the affected property owners and try to reach amicable outcomes. Thank you.
And I'm assuming, because we don't have a comment card, that the landowners don't wish to say anything? Oh, well, they can present as...
They can fill a comment card out afterwards as well.
Thank you.
If we can have that for the record, thanks.
Please come. We'd welcome.
Who should I hand these to?
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Justin Clifton, 1000 East Butler Avenue, Flagstaff, Arizona, 86001. I am one of 3 property owners. Sorry, I'm a little out of breath because I just ran over here from the Orpheum where I was working today. As mentioned, my parents bought this building in 1973. They ran their businesses out of this building successfully until the early 90s, at which point they repurposed the building to be a light industrial building for multiple uses. They are industrial uses. The proposed route for well, I should first say that we met with the city yesterday and had a very productive conversation about some of our trepidations for the locating of the Foots Trail behind our building, specifically because of the industrial quality of the work that goes on there. The back end of our building is where all deliveries, trucks, and everything else occur. It's also where a lot of flammable and hazardous materials are stored from one of our tenants who has been our tenant for 30 years now, called Lindy. They were Praxair, and before that, Northern Cryogenics and Welding Supply, which was my parents' company. The reason that we're opposed to this is not because we're opposed to the Foots. We are longtime residents. I'm personally born and raised here in Flagstaff. I think the Foots is a phenomenal resource to this community, and I also believe that the proposed path for the Foots Trail is one that makes a lot of sense in order to move people kind of through the Foots connectors throughout. Unfortunately, our property lies directly in that path. That property receives, on an average daily basis, anywhere between 5 and 20 semi-trucks delivering to tenants within our building. And I mention the tenants because this council and councils before have talked about the importance of good quality jobs in Flagstaff. As landlords, we work very hard to make sure that our rent is affordable for small businesses to operate their manufacturing and industrial businesses within the community. We have 7 tenants that employ roughly 25 to 30 employees, depending on what's happening. And this would greatly impact their ability to continue to do their job and for us to continue to rent that space as light industrial space. There is a very good alternative for the city. Directly on the north side of the Rio de Flag, the city already owns property that would be of appropriate size and use for a foots trail. Our thought is that it would be fairly simple to put a bridge across the Rio. Oh, I'm sorry, I have to go.
Thank you. I have some additional questions for you. I'd like to know more about your proposal for the where you think the foot should go, and then I also have some questions about your tenants and how they access your building. So, if you would continue with what you were talking about with the alternative.
So, I was just basically the point I was getting to is that with a fairly small change of moving the foot traffic across the Rio to the north side onto existing City of Flagstaff property, you could continue around the Rio and not alter the proposed route drastically. It would be counter to, I believe the term that was used in our meeting yesterday was the low-hanging fruit of using this road that is being built as part of the Rio for the foots. It would require construction, but fairly small amount to mitigate both your need, our need as a city, and our need as owners of the building.
Thank you. And the semi-trucks, so they enter your property and they are loading and unloading behind your building, correct? Approximately how far would that be from the end of the easement that the city is requesting?
All the way up to and including the area that the easement is currently on. So we're currently in negotiations with the city on that easement for the Rio de Flag project. The city currently has an easement with us from 2010 for our original negotiation with the Rio de Flag, which allows us access to move snow across that easement, which would also impact what we're talking about here in terms of the foots trail. So there are a lot of already binding legal agreements that we've come to with the city over time that affect this whole area. But to answer your question, trucks are turning around back there, moving in all kinds of ways. So it would be, there would be close interaction, and it would probably require you creating some sort of fence corridor to keep people safe behind our property, which would then limit trucks' ability to move to the backside of our building, which would be problematic.
Thank you for that. And are you willing to continue conversations with the city, or would you prefer that the city start pursuing the other direction that you have recommended?
Yes. To both, yes. We're happy to continue conversations with the city. We had a very productive one yesterday. Our preference is for the foots trail to move to the north side. We think that would be the only way to mitigate the liability that would be put upon really all of us in that case because of the industrial activity that's happening there, whereas the space directly to the north is a much lower industrial use and much lower impact ultimately to everybody involved, in my opinion.
Thank you. Council, do you have questions? Vice Mayor?
Yeah, so I mean, I think your solution sounds fairly reasonable, but there must be a reason why the city is pursuing this course of action when such a reasonable alternative seems available. Martin, I'm wondering if you can come back up and maybe walk us through what you see as some of the challenges with the proposal that they're bringing forward.
Well, to go back to the kind of the origins of the Rio de Flag flood control project, there's a maintenance access road that goes along the top, along this bank, and maintenance access roads.
And by top, you mean north?
I mean on the south side, on the top of the bank on the south side.
Okay.
I believe I'm looking at a map that shows all of this. I don't know if that Exhibit 1 and 2 can be pulled up so that we're perfectly clear what we're talking about.
Clerk's on it. And then go to the second exhibit.
Yeah, that's the Clay Avenue one. No, this is why I was asking, just to make sure we're talking about the same location. That's the one I have pulled up.
Yes, so the Clifton's property is the crosshatched one furthest to the right. And you can see that the city's property is to the north of that, and it kind of follows that arc. And when the Rio de Flag flood control project is built, that will be a V channel, essentially. And where the dark line is shown is both the planned foots trail and the maintenance access road. So again, going back to the origins of the Rio de Flag flood control project, when they build a maintenance access road, it looks just like a foots trail. And so we like to think of it that way and let people use it that way as well. So that's why it was really planned on the south side of that channel. You know, we've been talking to the property owner. The idea came up of putting a bridge across. That's something we can certainly pursue. Bridges aren't.
Does that get the foots closer to the railroad tracks, and are there concerns with that as well? Is that BNSF corridor there? Is that tracks?
I think there's some space in between. Like if it required us to go onto BNSF tracks, that's kind of, that ends the discussion right there. Yeah, that's the BNSF corridor, yeah. So you can see between, again, that kind of that arced line is the city's property, where the channel will be, and there's a little bit of space in between where that channel will be and where the BNSF tracks are, or where BNSF property is more specifically. Again, you know, the idea of a bridge going across can certainly be accomplished. We've not looked into this to see how that would work or what the alignment would be or where it would end up on the other side or how much a bridge would cost. You know, I think we did the bridge over the Rio at Crescent along the Karen Cooper Trail more than 10 years ago, and I want to say that was between $500,000 and $1 million just for that bridge structure alone. I won't say it's not a possibility. This is kind of a long-term trail, and you know, we're going to incur some costs when we have to build it anyway. But I think we can certainly consider it as one of the alternatives. Further back, this trail ties into where the Lone Tree Overpass is going over, and as part of that project, that we have some opportunities to connect into the South Side neighborhood up to Lone Tree. This kind of goes right through the middle of that. There may be opportunities there to have a different alignment, but we have not looked into that at all, and I can't say anything intelligent about what that might look like at this point.
Well, I would say that this connectivity of the foots is critical. It's a critical element of the final product that needs to be in place. I'd be interested to see where some further exploration of finding that sweet spot leads us. That's what I'm thinking right now.
Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you. I do agree. I would like to see more conversation, and I appreciate that the property owners are here. They do provide jobs in our community and have light industrial, which is hard to come by these days. And so I would like to see the communication continue. It seems like there needs or can easily be a happy medium on this, so thank you.
And I'm willing to have us read the ordinance by title for the first time with understanding that any of those critical decisions are still ahead of us and that council has to support this if it causes the landowner to have to compromise their property and the movement of that they need on their property. So I'm interested to hear what you all come up with. So if council doesn't have any additional questions or comments, I will entertain a motion to read the ordinance by title for the first time only. Councilmember McCarthy.
First of all, I'm taking all of this seriously, obviously. I brought up the question. And based on the input from our legal team, I'm confident that we're not going to go do a quick condemnation or anything. Basically, we can approve this ordinance tonight, and there's still plenty of room and time to negotiate and find a better solution. So I will be supportive of this. So accordingly, I move that we read ordinance 2024-01 by title only for the first time. Thank you.
Do a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion?
Madam Mayor?
Oh,
sorry, go ahead.
Councilmember House?
Yeah, I was just wanting to note that as well, that Councilmember McCarthy just made a reference to approving the ordinance, but I think what we're really doing tonight is just doing that first read with the understanding that those further conversations are still happening. And I just think that's really important to communicate to you as the owners that we're not stopping the conversation here. This isn't a passage of this. It's just continuing the conversation and knowing that we're hoping that those conversations continue in a productive way between you and the city, and that we'll have further opportunities to look back at this if those conversations are going well or if they're not. So I just wanted to make sure that that was stated clearly for them.
Thank you. Councilmember Matthews?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to reiterate that the ordinance in itself I'm fine with, but we don't want to create an issue that is going to make it change how you're able to rent out your space. And for our light industrial, I won't support that if that's the end result. You know, as far as, I'll look at the city attorney if I'm going to say something wrong, but as far as condemnation or anything, because you have a rarity, which is light industrial zoning, and we don't want to do anything that's going to negatively impact it. So I trust our staff will continue. They're really good at this and coming up with creative solutions. And I look forward to a positive outcome that's agreeable to everybody. And if not, I look forward to it coming back here and having a discussion, because I definitely don't want to do anything that's going to negatively impact the ability to do business. So, thank you.
Councilmember McCarthy?
Yeah, and I just want to note that I believe similar discussions could probably be taking place on some of these other properties. In other words, something will have to be worked out in details on the whole list of properties. It isn't just this one that has this type of the need for further discussion.
Councilmember McCarthy and council members, yes, we'll be having discussions with all the property owners. We haven't, again, obtained the legal descriptions. We haven't made offers yet, and there are chances that people will come and object to you know, selling a property interest to the city for the trail. So this is really just kind of the first step of a long process, but we hope, we really would like to hammer out the the terms and conditions so that, I mean, it serves the city, so we know that when a project comes forward after the Rio de Flag is constructed, that we have the property rights we need. And it benefits the property owners too, because, you know, they just think they're done with one project and then another one comes along and hits them on the side of the head. So it's really good to have these discussions now versus later, because they all play into each other. So.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, thank you for starting the conversations early, and thank you for participating in the discussions. And we are moving on to item number, letter D.
Mayor.
Oh. Yes, we just voted to have you read it for the first time, so why don't you go ahead and do that?
Thank you. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff authorizing the acquisition of real property interests for a Flagstaff urban trail system along the Rio de Flag flood control project, providing for delegation of authority, repeal of conflicting ordinances, severability, clerical corrections, and establishing an effective date.
Thank you. All right, D, consideration and adoption of resolution number 2023-68, a resolution adopting the City Council 2024 commemorative flag designations. Welcome, Stacy.
Thank you for having me, Mayor and Council. Stacy Salzberg, I'm your city clerk. So on the screen, you're going to see here, well, let me back up just a little bit. Every year, at the end of the year, the City Council is asked to designate the commemorative flags that they want to display on our temporary pole in front of City Hall. And that is for the upcoming year. So what is in front of you are those designations for 2024. As you recall, I reached out to you a couple of times about submitting some recommended changes. And so what you're going to see here, and I'll go through these a little bit, are those recommendations that came in. So the first one that I got, or that I have, affects January. And as you can see here, the request is to fly the human trafficking awareness flag for the entire month of January, instead of splitting the month with High Tech Month. Next is February. We received a request to replace the existing Black History Month flag with the Pan-African flag. So you'll see that new design change here. We also received a request to fly the Ukrainian flag on February 23rd to recognize the beginning of the Ukraine conflict. In May, we received a request to fly the Star Wars Day flag on May the 4th. I believe that was the last. So those were the only changes I received. I would certainly open it up for those that made those recommendations to offer some comments if they would like in terms of the requests. And then I'm just looking to council to approve that resolution to set these flag designations for next year.
Thank you, Stacy. All right, comments, questions? Councilmember Hout.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Stacy, for presenting this. I am just really excited to give a little bit of voice to the recommended change for the Black History Month flag. That was a months-long series of conversations with both the Commission on Diversity Awareness and several other groups within Flagstaff to put forward a recommendation for a more meaningful flag for that month's celebration. It yielded a lot of really good conversation that I was able to have with some of those different community leaders and members of the community and that commission in particular. They put together an absolutely amazing presentation of the number of flags that have come out of different organizations and groups across the country trying to meaningfully commemorate that month. And this one ultimately is the most kind of universally accepted. It's growing in adoption across the nation. There was just recently news, I think it was either this year or last year, of this flag flying for the first time at a federal building in the United States, which just goes towards marking the significance of this flag and its adoption. So I was just really honored to be able to bring that forward for next year and see that change happen for us.
Thank you, Council Member. Vice Mayor?
Sure, I suppose I'm on the hook for talking about this a little bit. You know, and I was the one who came forward with the Star Wars Day, May the 4th be with you flag concept. I am by no means attached to this idea in any particular way. And I certainly am not trying to suggest with this that we are underselling or devaluing the very august and somber opportunity that we have as a government to exercise speech on our lawn. I think this is a great practice that we do, and this is our 3rd or 4th year of getting into choosing our flags on this particular date at the end of the year for the whole next year. I think it's a process that's working well, and just sort of getting into the groove of it. I went ahead, I don't know if threatened is the right word, but I've toyed with the idea of proposing May 4th flag. In the past, I went ahead and pulled the trigger on it this time, just because I think it's worth showing that we can have fun with ourselves and not take ourselves too seriously. And you know, it's obviously a pop culture reference, but it's a very popular one. I don't think it's very controversial. And as a constituent living in the city of Flagstaff myself, I tell you, I would get a real hoot out of seeing something like that at City Hall one day out of the year, just to have a little fun with the process. So it's one of 6 or 7 voices up here this evening to be deciding on this. If you disagree that it's not appropriate or not befitting, I totally understand. But I thought I'd throw the idea out there just so we could have a little fun as a city.
Thank you. Councilmember McCarthy and then Councilmember Sweet.
Well, Mr. Aslan, I'll have to admit I got a chuckle out of it. I'm okay with it. Come see, come saw. Let's talk about January, my birthday month, I might add. I'm fine with the human trafficking awareness flag, but I guess I don't think it needs to be at the full month, considering that technology, STEM, is very important to this city. I mean, there's a lot of, I'm a mechanical engineer. There's a lot of engineering students and science students and technology students and math majors at our local university. So I personally would like to keep it the way it is, which would be, if I understand correctly, correct me if I'm wrong, Stacy, but half the month would be the high-tech or STEM flag, and the other half would be the human trafficking awareness, and that's the way I would, my one finger would like to keep it.
Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll start with January as well, and I'm not stuck on either one, to be honest, but I'm trying to think of staff time and what impact we want to make, and I think the human trafficking awareness flag being up the entire month would have good impact, and so I'm leaning towards that. And with the May 4th flag, I think these are meant to be meaningful, to use your word, Councilmember House, and to interrupt Armed Forces Day for something that is, as much as I love Star Wars and I love to be silly, may not be where I want to have that happen, is out on our flagpole. And again, it does, interrupt staff time, and I want to be very aware of that. So those are my thoughts for right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree on January, although STEM is such an important component of our city up here. Human trafficking, even though we talk about it often up here, I don't think most people understand the crisis that our communities, and Flagstaff is a place where the 40 and the 17 intersect, and there's a lot of human trafficking, a lot of child trafficking going on. And so I don't want to take away from that impact. In the Star Wars Day, it sounds fun, and I like showing that we have a lighter side, but I look into the future and think, what can of worms does this open up? And I do want to, I feel like these flags that we fly on city property should be, I don't mean to say serious, but they're all pretty serious and pretty impactful to our community as a whole. So I'm not opposed to celebrating Star Wars Day. We could all dress up. I think I've got an outfit at home already. But I'm not sure I want to fly a flag, because I think down the line that could just then open up a can of worms. So those are my 2 cents.
Stacy, has staff indicated how long it takes them to put up and take down a flag?
We have heard for these single days, putting up a flag and taking them down, to be real honest, is not a difficult task. But it's working into a calendar, and the 1 days tend to be a bit concerning if an individual is out sick, or if we're all human, maybe there's a forget moment that we miss that opportunity inadvertently. That's really the only concern that I've heard is really more related to those single day flyings. The rest seem to be operating fairly standardly.
Thank you. And regarding the human trafficking flag, I would advocate for it flying the entire month, and I'm so appreciative of Northland Family Help Center and the work that they're doing around human trafficking, and I'm grateful to our city manager and our police chief for bringing the CEASE training to staff. And I was happy to see Kate Wyatt, who is the former director of the Flagstaff Initiative Against Trafficking, sent us an email indicating that currently 44.6% of our employees have participated in the CEASE training. And that makes me very, very happy. And I'll be even happier when we hit the 100% mark. And I believe City Council was all sent the link to do the training too, if that's something that you would like to do. So I'm in support of it being the entire month. And I'm less supportive, I'm supportive of replacing with the Pan-African flag. And thank you for all the work that you put into talking to the different groups about what they would like to see. I'm less supportive of the single day replacement, mostly for staff time. But I am ready to entertain. Let me see, where are we?
Madam Mayor, if I may.
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
You know you may.
I have to ask. I do want to indicate that there is a proposed resolution that is up on the screen and we've been talking about. Perhaps to facilitate, because I have heard comments on both sides of several issues. We have 6 council members here today. A tie vote is not a successful vote. Just want to point that out. The motion itself, if whoever makes the motion could reference what they want in the month of January, what they want in the month of February, and what they want in May, everything else stays the same. That would probably make it much easier.
Thank you for that. So, council, I will entertain a motion following the parameters that our city attorney just spelled out. Who would like to make that? I'll stall for time.
Could I just ask if
Yes, please.
if there's direction for May the 4th be with you? If there isn't, that's fine. Again, I'm not attached to this in any way. I just thought while we could have a little fun, while not, I don't think it interferes with the serious nature of a lot of the statements we're making using our free speech here. It's totally fine with me either way. But it might be easier for the whole package if we know the fate of that one, because I think there's going to be a lot of consensus around the other ones.
Thank you for that. Councilmember McCarthy.
Yeah, I think to follow up on what Mr. Aslan said, I think if we could do an informal thumbs up and thumbs down on each of these. Like, for instance, I don't want to be in a position of having to vote down the whole thing because I don't like one thing. So if we could go around and do a thumbs up on each one, and then we could have a formal motion that would be consistent with the informal thumbs up, thumbs down, and it should sail right through.
It can be whatever motion you want, and you can have any kind of discussion ahead of time. That's fine.
Thank you very much. You know, regarding the 4th, I don't support the flag, but I do support us doing something fun on that day. And I, too, like the idea of showing the lighter side of the city, and would be very willing to think of something that we could do that would be fun for that day. Councilmember House.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, for bringing that up, because I 100% agree on it. I also just want to point out to Vice Mayor that it is since extended into Star Wars days, so I don't know about anybody else, but I celebrate May the 4th be with you, Return of the 5th, and Revenge of the 6th. And it's just growing from there, because there's now 9 episodes of this, so we can just keep it going.
I bet you celebrate your entire birth month, too, don't
yes,
you?
Exactly. So I 100% support us doing something to commemorate it as a city, whether it's a proclamation that Tuesday before or in the midst of that Star Wars week that it's now becoming, but definitely a way to have fun with it without necessarily having to step into that potential, I don't want to call it a quagmire, but it is a potential quagmire of the things that will come forward to us as potential recommendations going into next year if we start having fun with it. I think that's the risk that we face.
I understand that hesitation.
And so if I may, Mayor, I believe that we have heard the appropriate direction on the month of May.
That we all want to celebrate May the 4th be with you, but not with the flag.
Correct.
Yes. So January, where are we on the whole month being human trafficking awareness versus half and half?
Clarify your question. I think the question is, do you want the whole month to be human trafficking?
Yes. All right.
And that's, and one of the reasons why I'm okay with doing that is we change this from year to year. We can take a different tact in future years as well. So I think the STEM flag got the whole month last year. If I wasn't really paying attention, but that's my guess. We give National Human Trafficking the whole month this year. I think it's an appropriate thing to highlight. I think it's a great way for the community to be thinking about this and be reminded of it. It doesn't have to stay that way every year.
Apologize for continuing some of these conversations, but I did just want to also highlight, because I know we got a comment from Stacy when this was first starting, that there actually is no high-tech month or STEM month designation for the month of January next year. So that's part of why I'm supportive of it just being Human Trafficking Month all month this upcoming year, and understanding that again, it could change. It could come back for January 2025, but with it not being an official presentation, and also the difficulty in finding an actual flag for it, I'm supportive of it just being Human Trafficking Month for 2024.
Thank you. Very good points. Thank you for making them. So we had, there's 6 of us, we had 5 thumbs up and a thumbs down. So then February, the one day beginning of the Ukraine conflict, do we have support for adding that flag to the one day, February 23rd, on February?
So 3 against, or is that 4?
Nope, that's 3 and 3.
3 and 3. So that's the problem with this. You now have a proposal that it would not be successful just on the thumbs up, thumbs down. You have to have an actual resolution proposed, and if it fails, you can have another resolution proposed. Thumbs down on the Ukraine? Okay.
So now we have 4-2.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
And we did May, so that's, you have it, right?
Yes, I have the designations that.
Oh,
Mayor, I think we
maybe
all
I made
agreed that
an
the
assumption.
Black History Month, we agreed with the proposal. I did anyway.
Yes. Yes. Okay, consensus on that. Okay, so I need a motion to read resolution number 2023-68 by title only, with the flags outlined as we just gave our informal thumbs up, thumbs down for. How would you like that worded?
I think for the record, because this is very important, I would prefer that that motion be made with the month of January being Human Trafficking Awareness Month, the entire month of February being Black History Month, replacing it with the Pan-African flag, and Armed Forces Day for the entire month of May.
Thank you. Can I get a motion that says that?
I'll try.
Okay.
Mayor, I would like to move that we read resolution number 2023-68 with the following amendments or amendments: that January is Human Trafficking Awareness Month for the full month, excluding the High Tech Month dates, and in February replacing Black History Month with the Pan-African flag and removing the beginning of the Ukraine conflict, and then May, the Armed Forces Day for the full month, excluding the Star Wars Day, and all other recommendations on flags be approved.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Any Councilmember McCarthy?
Just for the benefit of the new council members, I will note that on previous years, I've suggested that we not even do these flags. I think they just cause more hassle than they're worth. I will vote yes on this tonight, just because I'm a friendly guy. But there's a part of me that thinks we ought to just quit doing this altogether.
Any other discussion? Councilmember House?
Thank you, Mayor. I did just want to give voice on the commemoration of the start of the Ukraine war, because I know that also came up last year, and it was voted down. But I just want to voice personally, it's not because of not seeing that as significant. I think it's just also another situation where we run into those opposing viewpoints on the different wars and conflicts that are happening globally, and not wanting to get mixed up in that. Also noting that we are recognizing the Ukrainian Independence Day, I think, later in the year, and would like to propose that we somehow still recognize that start of the war, if that was something that the council was interested in next year.
Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Thank you.
May I read, Mayor?
Oh, yes. I was getting to that.
A resolution of the Flagstaff City Council pursuant to the City Council policy on the display of flags, designating all commemorative flags that will be displayed throughout the year 2024 on the temporary pole in front of City Hall as amended.
Thank you. Now moving down to discussion items. 12A, presentation regarding funding allocations for homeless shelter and services funds.
Mayor, I'm sorry, before we move on, could we get a motion to adopt that resolution?
I'm sorry.
So moved.
I think I was just like, let's. Thank you for the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Sorry, Stacy.
Thank you, Mayor.
Now we're on to 12A, and welcome, Christine.
Thank you. Can you guys hear me okay? All right. So most of you know Christine Pavlik, Housing and Grants Administrator for the housing section. I'm here today to talk to you about funding recommendations for the allocation of homeless shelter and services funds. So back in May, the Arizona Department of Housing released a notice of funding availability for these homeless shelter and services funds. These funds are specifically for programs that provide both shelter and services to unsheltered persons who are experiencing homelessness. And initially the funds were to be prioritized for programs that were serving unsheltered persons who are impacted by one of the following challenges. So the ruling on Freddie Brown et al. Versus the city of Flagstaff, this was a court decision to clear and clean the zone, which is what was a homeless encampment in the city of Phoenix, as well as individuals impacted by the expiration of the Public Health Act, Title 42, which impacted the border between Arizona and Mexico, as well as the closure of sober living homes and residential facilities. So if you're not familiar, there was a situation where the Arizona Attorney General's office began investigating access-funded sober living homes, and they found just a great deal of fraud. Many of these facilities were forced to close, and that left hundreds of individuals who were overwhelmingly indigenous persons, homeless and unsheltered. So city staff was made aware of this notice of funding availability released by the Arizona Department of Housing about 3 days before the application was due. The funds this time around were only available to municipalities, so cities, towns, government agencies, and so our nonprofit partners were not able to apply for these funds on their own. And we knew it was really crucial that we bring these funds to Flagstaff for those service providers that are in crucial need of them and that are meeting the needs of all of those impacted individuals. And so we were able to submit an application, and we were successful in receiving $840,000. Some of the allowable activities for the use of these funds include things like outreach, operating support, motel and hotel vouchers, supportive services, and other quick occupancy housing solutions. So you can see on this side that our total allocation is $840,000. The city's indirect rate for this fiscal year is 23.42%, and the amount we requested from the Arizona Department of Housing is $140,000. This is a little under 17%. And it's pretty standard for us to typically use 20% of any grant funding that we receive for administrative and indirect costs, and especially grants like this that come with managing lots of subrecipient contracts. So we released a notice of funding availability on September 20th, and applications were due back to the city on October 10th, so it was a quick turnaround. The ranking committee met in mid-October. We discussed applications, and they provided funding recommendations to be taken first to the Housing Commission. That ranking committee did include a few city staff persons, not just from housing, but other departments. It included a housing commission member and a member of the public who has specific expertise in grant funding and social services. We utilized the recommendations of that ranking committee as staff to inform our own recommendations. We took those to the Housing Commission, and the Housing Commission did vote unanimously to forward these recommendations to council. So to give you an idea of of the proposals that we received, Catholic Charities did request a little over $144,000 for their Cedar Rose Family Shelter, as well as for their PATH outreach program. Northland Family Help Center operates a youth shelter, and they've requested $100,000 for staff salaries to increase the capacity of the youth they have in that shelter right now. So they're not using it at its full capacity right now due to funding. Flagstaff Shelter Services requested $550,000 for salaries and operation expenses for 3 shelter sites. That includes their congregate shelter and 2 motel shelters. 1 motel shelter is up and running, the other one will be soon. Community action teams of Flagstaff requested a little under $100,000 for their mobile outreach and shower bus program, specifically funding a housing navigator position. Homeless Youth Connection requested $50,000 for salaries in order to provide supportive services to youth experiencing homelessness and working to complete high school or starting college. And they're actually about to open a transitional housing program right here in Flagstaff with 6 transitional housing beds for those youth. And then, I lost my spot, sorry. Housing Solutions of Northern Arizona lastly requested $279,000 for operational support and salaries for their transitional housing programs at both JoJo's Place, which I heard they're about to get their certificate of occupancy any day now, and Sharon Manor as well. So you can see on this chart the number of clients each organization estimates they'll serve with these programs. Some agencies use shelter or bed nights instead of unduplicated individual counts, so it's kind of hard to compare sometimes, but you can kind of get an idea. And of course, with every time we put out a notice of funding availability for housing or homeless services, the request is far and above what we have available. This slide shows the request amounts along with the average scores from the ranking committee. And the ranking committee's suggestion was to fully fund the first 3 highest ranking proposals. So you can see Community Action Teams, Northland Family Help Center, and Homeless Youth Connection. Even though all the scores are within 4 points of each other, they did feel that those 3 should be fully funded because they scored the highest. And instead of not funding all of the rest, they chose to partially fund the following 3 because those scores are really close. It's not always the case. We do these evaluations to weed out risk, to weed out organizations that aren't ready or capable to utilize these funds. But it was found this time that all of these organizations were eligible for funding, and they all had really compelling projects. So because of this, the committee did determine that Housing Solutions of Northern Arizona and Catholic Charities should receive what they put in their applications as the minimum amount necessary for their programs. Flagstaff Shelter Services didn't indicate a minimum request, but the ranking committee did still feel that they should receive the remaining funds and that we not fully fund from the top down. So if we had fully funded from the top down, you would see that Housing Solutions of Northern Arizona would be fully funded, Catholic Charities and Flagstaff Shelter Services would only receive partial funding, so much less than what's indicated on this slide. Let's see. So we really felt that all of these projects were really compelling. We really felt that it was urgent that we get these funds out to the community so that they can be used to serve those populations that are have been impacted. Obviously, we already have a lot of folks in our community who are impacted by homelessness. So we're here tonight to take any feedback you have, any recommendations, and we'll be back February 6th on the consent agenda to ask you to formally approve those funding agreements with the community partners.
Thank you. Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't know what your criteria were for ranking these different organizations, but I do note that their scores were very close, just a couple points, 4 points I think is the maximum. And I also note that Flagstaff Shelter Services provides the most bed nights, if you want to look at it that way. Yet you want to fund them at what the number is, approximately a third of what they say they need. And I just find that interesting. I would have, my gut reaction is they should have, Flagstaff Shelter Services should have scored a lot higher than that. Do you want to make any comments about why they were rated so low, considering that they provide such a large volume of service?
Absolutely. I think it's a great question. And so I think it was a couple of things. A lot of the feedback that the ranking committee gave is that they felt that these other organizations provided unique services. For example, Homeless Youth Connection is the only agency supporting 18 to 21-year-olds. They didn't feel that 18 to 21-year-olds who are finishing high school, maybe they don't necessarily fit in at a Flagstaff Shelter Services congregate shelter. And so this is providing, while only 6 beds, it is providing that unique gap. Also, I think there was some emphasis on the idea that services were important in addition to emergency shelter nights, providing those services to folks who are experiencing homelessness and that maybe aren't near to a housing tract, that maybe are unsheltered relatives who choose to remain unsheltered for their personal reasons. Lastly, on our scoring sheet, we don't typically score just based on how many bed nights or how many individuals. We do ask a lot of questions about community impact, like I said, those unique programming questions. And so these other folks scored very high in those categories, even if they didn't score as high in the how many individuals are being impacted. One of the things we are looking into is our CDBG process. You know, we have those funds every year. These are kind of one-off funds. But looking into utilizing those formulas more and making sure that we are scoring on that higher impact level. But there is a lot of conversation in the funding and nonprofit world about, you know, the uniqueness of programs and why that's important as well. Is that right or wrong? I'm not really here to say that. I'm just letting you know what the ranking committee has told me.
Thank you for your comments.
Yes.
Councilmember House.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you, Councilmember McCarthy, for bringing up that question. I think one of the challenges that I have had while reviewing this is not really being fully aware of the process that's undergone in determining even how there's actually scored and what the ranking is really looking at. I think it would be helpful for us in having this sort of conversation to also be able to see that criteria before we're at this point in making these sorts of decisions, because it does make it really hard to weigh how much I agree or disagree with any of these allocations. I'm also kind of struggling with the idea of just deciding to, and I say just deciding, I don't mean to minimize the work and efforts that went into this, but basically making that decision to fully fund the top 3 when they're that close, and then splitting the remainder in a way that doesn't necessarily match up to the amount of people served or anything like that. I personally am challenged by that determination. And I think in terms of splitting these funds equitably, there is a need to truly split the funds equitably. So if no one can be fully funded, then maybe no one should be fully funded, and splitting it more across each of them to meet those needs. I understand a little bit more the logic that went into how that split happened, but I think to ensure that we're truly meeting those needs, that's an important consideration too. And so that's kind of where I'm at right now with this. And I don't know if you can speak any more to the ability for us to be more aware. I know this is kind of a one-off funding opportunity, but even with CDBG, I think there's more opportunities for us as council to have that awareness going into that process. And if you can share anything about the possibilities of sharing that information. I know that there's some considerations also in terms of awareness of like who's on the different ranking committees. If you can speak to both of those things.
Absolutely, great question. So as far as providing more information, I think probably what you're all used to is when we do CDBG, we do include every proposal, and we also include the ranking committee's final scores and comments so that you're able to read those as you prepare for the meeting and then as we discuss recommendations. So one of the reasons we didn't do that this time around is because it was a very quick turnaround. These funds do need to be spent within this fiscal year. But I think we've realized now that that's really important with every funding mechanism, that we include that information for you all to make more informed decisions and recommendations. As far as more transparency, that is something we've been talking more and more about our CDBG process as well. So about a week ago, we did ask all of our all of our subrecipients and folks who've been subrecipients to provide some feedback about our CDBG process and what they would like to see. We've gotten some great written comments. And then one of the big things has been, who is the ranking committee? What are their qualifications? And just creating more transparency around that in the process. And I think one thing that just kind of came to mind that might be really helpful is we do a lot of public meetings for CDBG, but I don't think we've ever historically specifically invited all of you. So I think that might be a really good way to move forward as well.
Thank you. I appreciate you giving that clarification and diving into that a little bit for me. I just think, and this isn't a conversation that we've really had an opportunity to have before, but so I don't want to just spring it on you, but I do think that particularly with funding that's going towards housing and addressing housing or homelessness, the city of Flagstaff has been under a very tight microscope in terms of the unique programs that we're coming forward with and just what we're doing in terms of addressing the housing crisis. And so I think that makes it all the more important for us to have that level of, even an increased level of transparency in these sorts of conversations, so that people are aware of that level of depth and consideration that goes into these decisions. So thank you.
Yes, and just to give a little bit more information, we are coming back in February with contracts. We have not written those contracts yet, and so if there was feedback from the council that indicated that these amounts should be different, that was a majority of the council, then we can still accommodate that. This isn't a done deal.
Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. Just echoing what has been communicated already. We can all make assumptions to how the ranking set up. I know the top three agencies are smaller agencies, and these monies will be of huge impact. And I know the bottom three have a long history of success. I'm happy to see that we are supporting agencies that help aging out foster kids. That is a huge gap in our area. I think last year there was over 400 kids aging out of the foster care system with, at 18 years old. I can't imagine just going through what they've been through to be a foster child and then having to support themselves. So it just leaves a lot of questions. I don't know if you consider, the overall financial impact. We've all read that Flagstaff Shelter Services received $5 million unencumbered money. So for the next couple of years, that is an extra bonus for them. And they do provide one of the most critical services in our community. So I'm thankful for that. But, our heads and our imagination can all spin around. I'm trusting that the selection committee did consider all those things and what impact it has. So I agree that it would have been really helpful just to attach that to our packet so we would have, right now it's just like, close your eyes and throw the dart. It's like, well, it kind of sounds good. Mm-hmm. And still, these amounts are pretty significant, and it was unexpected, and so it's a gift. But we are talking $700,000, and even though it's not coming out of our budget, it's a grant. The unsheltered population and the different unique agencies that we have that address different aspects of it are important. And I think we all would like to be more involved in at least understanding, so we're more in agreement to these funds being allocated instead of just looking at numbers, because that's a lot of money. And I know for these little agencies, it's probably a game changer for them, as well as the other agencies. It's significant, and they can increase their services, and it is all near and dear to our hearts. So I would like to see those rankings and maybe the applications. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Matthews.
Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you, Mayor. I do want to, first off, thank you for meeting with me today. I, too, was grappling with the presentation and couldn't fully understand how things on there occurred. And And I understand it's a quick turnaround on the funds, and you're given a tight deadline, so I appreciate that you are working fast on that. I do echo what my colleagues have said so far and what you and I talked about earlier, just the ranking criteria, the ranking committee, the applications, and really for me what would have helped, how you are so meticulous with the CDBG comments. Something like that in this presentation would have helped me as well. And I do appreciate all of your hard work, and thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Sweet.
Vice Mayor?
Sure, I guess I'll weigh in. We're here to reveal our thinking on these things, so I might as well reveal my thinking. Yeah, the ranking criteria and the ranking committee is a bit mysterious to me. For one thing, all of these rankings are pretty much the same. So I don't see any daylight between them. The way that I would approach this is I would look at who is the biggest provider in the community, who's asking for the most money. And that's clearly Flagstaff Shelter Services. I'm not sure why they're getting less than half of what they've asked for when a lot of these other requests are being fully funded. That doesn't make sense to me at all. So I would fully fund Flagstaff Shelter Services. They provide shelter at night. They also provide showers. They provide, they are the mothership in Flagstaff. They provide the lion's share of the services, and they're the ones that are on the line every single night of the year. And that's not to diminish the importance of these other organizations that are all doing very important work. But there's, the other thing too is before making any judgments on this, I would like to know more from a very technical and objective perspective. How effective are each of these organizations at what they're doing? Who are they reaching, but also how effective are they with the funding? I'm a firm believer that any nonprofit needs to be able to prove it's being efficient with funds, and that it's being effective, and that it is fully integrating and implementing the work that they say is their mission. And I'm not suggesting that any of these agencies are not doing that, but a rigorous evaluation rubric for checking those boxes is something that would be very important to me. So those are just some thoughts that are popping around in my head, and I would hope that they would weigh in favorably towards getting closer to full funding, especially for Flagstaff Shelter Services. And I could add that, especially Catholic Charities as well. I don't want to get into each and every one of these, but the services they provide are critical, they're necessary, their needs are never ending, and will never be totally fulfilled. And I just don't, I don't see this as an egalitarian opportunity. I think we need to be effective and we need to be critical.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for some really wonderful comments. I, too, would like to see the scoring rubric and just how these scores came about. And I think that I'm hearing from council members that they want to see the details. They want to see what gave each organization the score that they got, and then the money that is being allocated to them. And I'm also hearing that perhaps council wants to look at different amounts. So I don't know whether we have another discussion and that material is brought to us before we have the final vote so we can have that conversation, or whether the Housing Commission wants to grapple with this again and it comes back to us. But I think I'm hearing that from everyone, including myself. And for me, much like the carbon neutrality plan, you know, we have this plan, we know where we're going, and I think it's important to stick to that plan so that we achieve our goals. I feel the same way about the housing plan. And the housing plan calls for housing, right? And so that's top of mind whenever I'm thinking about how we're spending money as well, is sticking to that plan and using that to guide our financial decisions. So I'm not saying that I'm going to disagree with these, but I would like more detail.
So I'm wondering, because we're on such a tight deadline, we do need these funds to be spent down by the end of the fiscal year. If it might make sense for me to include that information when we come back with the contracts, potentially with different amounts after we have a discussion. I worry about including the commission just because we won't be able to go back to the commission until mid to late January, which means we won't be back here until mid-February, but it's something we can discuss as staff if you want us to, we might need to include the commission on the conversation, I'm not sure. But we will include the information. Oh, Justina's here.
I didn't even see that you were here. Hello.
I was hidden. Mayor Council Justina Costa, your Assistant Housing Director. As Christine mentioned, we are on a tight timeline. We hear you, we understand your concerns. We're happy to be transparent in the process. We could schedule another work session to go through these rankings and dollar amounts before we come back with actual contracts. I feel like we'll have to loop in the Housing Commission. We can probably do that electronically. So let us ponder, and then we'll get you what you need.
Thank you. And perhaps even members of the Housing Commission would want to come to the work session and lend their voices. Councilmember Matthews.
Just a clarification question. If you have to spend this money by the end of this year, and we don't have another council meeting this year?
Oh, no,
fiscal
by
year.
Fiscal year. June
Oh,
30th.
the fiscal year. Okay. I thought, there's no way. Okay. Got it.
They are allowed to bill us from July 1 of 2023. So they can submit expenses between now and when they get their notice to proceed. Yeah. So it's not like they only have 4 months to spend the money.
Council, is there anyone who disagrees with anything that we've talked about? Okay, great. Thank you. And you know what I should have began my comments with is thank you for all the work that staff put into creating this process and for getting the word out to the organizations. And thank you to each of the organizations that applied for the very important work that you do. It's very necessary, very appreciated, and I'm sorry that I didn't begin my comments with that.
I echo, we have amazing service providers here in Flagstaff. We're so grateful for them. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. All right, moving down to B, discussion of fee for public use of city-owned electric vehicle charging stations. Welcome, Nicole.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
And welcome, Danae.
Thank you so much. This is Danae Pressler with the City's Sustainability Office. I'm pleased to be back here tonight with you to follow up on a discussion that we started 2 weeks ago at the December 5th Council meeting. Tonight, the discussion will be focused on potential fee options for public use of city-owned electric vehicle charging stations. Here's a quick snapshot at what we'll be discussing today. We'll begin with an overview of the city-owned electric vehicle charging stations, as well as associated costs and benefits of providing this service. And then we'll move into a discussion on how fees can be set to prioritize different outcomes, what this looks like from the user's side, and explore 3 different fee scenarios. Finally, we will seek your direction on if the City Council would like to see a fee charged for public use of these stations, and if so, what policy approach makes the most sense to further develop. Okay, the City of Flagstaff currently has 18 charging stations that are available for the public to use across 4 different city sites. This includes City Hall, the Visitor Center, the Aquaplex, and the airport. These are all level 2 charging stations, and they provide approximately 22 miles of charge per hour. All of these stations were installed through the APS Take Charge AZ pilot program. And through this program, APS paid for all of the installation costs, and the city only paid a partial fee for the stations themselves. All stations are made by ChargePoint, which is the most common public charging network in the US. The donut chart that you see on this slide gives a glimpse into who is using these stations. This data comes from ChargePoint, and it's based on the zip code that's tied to the user's account that they create. And as you can see, a majority of our users are actually coming from outside of Flagstaff, with 40% of people coming from other cities in Arizona and 23% from other states. This is compared to 37% of Flagstaff residents. This is the same data table that we discussed 2 weeks ago, but I did think it would be helpful to have a quick refresher. Each row here shows some of the key usage stats that we have for the stations across the 4 city sites. And really the key points that I want to make here are that, 1, these stations are very popular. They've been used 7,648 times in the past year alone. People are typically spending between an hour and 2 hours plugged in at the stations. However, in the orange column, you'll see that not everyone is moving their vehicle once it's fully charged. On average, 22% of the time that a vehicle is plugged into one of the city's charging stations, that's the dog alarm. One moment. All right, we're back. Sorry about that. But as I was noting that on average, 22% of the time that a vehicle is plugged into the city's charging stations, it actually has a full battery and it's not charging anymore. Currently, it's free to use the stations, and so there's no incentive to move the vehicle once it is fully charged. And as I mentioned a couple weeks ago, this could become more problematic as the demand for these charging stations increases, and the people that need to charge are not able to because the stations are being blocked, but not actually used. First, I do want to commend the city for providing EV charging to the public. It does have a lot of benefits, and I'm just noting 3 of them here. First, providing public charging enables greater adoption of electric vehicles. It reduces range anxiety, or that fear that somebody's going to run out of juice before they can charge. It also provides access to charging for those who may not have access otherwise, particularly for those that are maybe renting apartments or don't have the ability to install the infrastructure at their homes. And it is also a cleaner transportation option than gas vehicles, especially because the city participates in the Green Power Partners program, which is 100% clean energy. The second benefit here is that it supports tourism and the local economy. Recall that people are spending an hour or 2 at the charging station, and so they've got plenty of time to walk around and visit our shops and restaurants. And then last but not least, it is a perk for our community members. And a good example of this is over at the Aquaplex, where people can charge up while they're getting their workout in. While Flagstaff was fortunate to receive charging stations through the APS Take Charge pilot program, the city is still incurring costs to provide the service ongoing. Here, the costs are broken down into 3 general categories. You'll see that there are direct annual operational costs, as well as citywide overhead costs and capital costs. Excuse me. The direct annual operating cost is approximately $25,500 per year for the 18 existing stations that we have. The bulk of this comes from the electricity, which was roughly $16,000 in this last fiscal year. There are also some network subscription fees. The stations rely on cellular data in order to show up publicly and to relay real-time data, and this is a required fee. It's similar to like if your phone plan, you can buy a phone, but you still need to purchase the cellular data to use it. And then also under operational costs is the maintenance. And there is a maintenance package provided through ChargePoint that's very cost effective, and that's $4,500 annually for all of the stations combined. That goes as well with the network subscription fees. The citywide overhead costs include staff time to run the program, as well as other soft costs. We're estimating this at 10% of the cost of the service, or $2,550. Lastly, when it comes to time to replace or expand these stations, there are capital costs involved. A couple of caveats to note here is first that the city has not conducted a full cost recovery analysis for providing the EV charging as a service for the public, and particularly the overhead costs would need to be further vetted. Secondly, the operational costs are subject to change over time, and this is based on the station usage as well as our electricity rates and any changes in the provider set fees. One of the benefits of the ChargePoint stations is that the city has wide flexibility in determining and setting appropriate fees for the stations that it owns. And then these fees are collected and go directly back to the city. Fees can be structured in ways that encourage or prioritize different outcomes. For instance, the ones that are listed here is that they can incentivize use either through free charging or low cost charging. They can prioritize, the fees can be set to prioritize recovering costs of providing the service. And they can encourage people to move their vehicles once it's fully charged, or enable replacement and expansion of charging stations. They can also be set to take advantage of clean energy by encouraging daytime charging, or through that the Green Power Partners program. This slide looks at it shows what the user interface looks like. Using the ChargePoint app, the drivers can locate stations and see if they're available. The image on the left shows the stations at the visitor center. And then if you click on a station, it will pull up additional details that are shown in that second screenshot. One second. Sorry, I'm a little under the weather, so I have to sip my tea and mute my coughs. But you can see here in that second slide that this is currently free, and that's indicated in that green circled area. And just for comparison's sake, that third screenshot shows what it looks like if the stations do have a fee for use. And in this case, that rate is lower for the first 4 hours and then a higher rate for every hour thereafter. And this is just one way that to encourage people to move their vehicles or pay a higher price for staying there. Lastly, the image on the right shows some examples of the notifications that the drivers will receive on their phone through the ChargePoint app. They're notified when their vehicle is fully charged, and if there are any changes in the fee. They also get notified when their vehicle is unplugged and what that charge was for the session. So here we'll talk about some fee scenarios. City Council has asked about implementing a fee for using the charging stations. And over the past several months, staff have reviewed these usage trends, evaluated what those costs are, and discussed potential fee scenarios with the affected divisions here, and you see those listed. These conversations have helped us develop 3 different categories of potential fees, which we are calling fee scenarios tonight. The first scenario shown in orange here is status quo. The second scenario we'll discuss is cost recovery. And the third scenario is a combination of cost recovery and encouraging behavior. And then in the next few slides, we'll go over each of these scenarios and provide our evaluation of how well it does or does not address those different outcomes that are listed on that left-hand column. So beginning with status quo, the current fee structure is free for all. And This results in a high incentive to use the city-owned stations. However, it doesn't provide any cost recovery, and it's not encouraging people to move their vehicles once it's sufficiently charged. It does provide clean energy or clean grid charging through that Green Power Partners program. Next, the cost recovery scenario. Under this scenario, the user would pay per kilowatt hour of energy consumed. This would be similar to how you only pay for what you use at a gas station. And this scenario has lower incentive for use of the stations because it's no longer free to charge. Instead, it prioritizes cost recovery. But the rate is based on kilowatt hour of energy consumed, so people are not encouraged to move their vehicle once it's charged. Essentially, it would be free to stay there. Like the status quo, this clean grid charging is accomplished through that Green Power Partners program. Last but not least, we'll consider the fee scenario, cost recovery plus encourage behavior. Under this scenario, the fee would be structured so that users pay a certain amount per kilowatt hour of electricity that they consume until the vehicle is charged, and then pay an hourly fee thereafter. You can consider this hourly fee like a parking fee for overstaying at the station. We believe this would result in medium incentive to use the stations because the per kilowatt hour rate could be lower than the straight cost recovery scenario, with the added hourly fee making up for some of the costs. This scenario would provide cost recovery while encouraging people to move their vehicles once it's charged. And like the others, you would also get clean grid charging. So here we have each of those three scenarios summarized and compared. Under the status quo with free charging, the city is incentivizing the use of stations, but we're not recovering any of the costs or encouraging people to move their vehicles once it's been charged. Under the cost recovery scenario, the city would prioritize cost recovery, but would likely see lower usage and would not be addressing the issue of people staying parked after their vehicle is charged. And then under the cost recovery encourage behavior scenario, the city would balance the priority of cost recovery with encouraging people to move their vehicles. And we expect that this would reduce usage compared to the status quo, but provide a greater incentive than the straight cost recovery scenario. And all three of these can accomplish the clean grid charging. So far we've talked about cost recovery in these really broad strokes, but we will be looking for council direction on what level of cost recovery is appropriate. This cost recovery pyramid will probably look familiar to you. Finance had introduced it to council, and it's a useful visualization for kind of this part of the discussion. Essentially, the pyramid lays out these three levels of cost recovery based on who the benefits are flowing to. Starting from the top, if the service is only providing benefits to individuals, then the approach would be for the city to recover 80 to 100% of the costs of providing the service. That middle tier is if the service provides benefits to individuals as well as the public. Then the level of cost recovery would be in that 20 to 80% range. And at the base here, if the service provides broad public benefit, the city's approach would be to recover 0 to 20% of the costs of providing the service. This is actually where I think it gets really fascinating. So on the one hand, you can argue that providing this charging is strictly an individual benefit because people are getting fuel for their personal vehicles in the form of electricity. However, the plot thickens because by doing so, they're also providing that public benefit of reducing greenhouse gas emissions and improving our local air quality compared to gas or diesel vehicles. And on the other end of the spectrum, one could also argue that providing public EV charging is a broad public benefit because it makes going electric more accessible for more people. Particularly for community members who do not have the ability to charge a vehicle at home and who are relying on that public charging. As I mentioned, this is something that we would like to hear your thoughts on in a minute. But before we ask the council for direction, I do want to pause here and just see if there's any questions or points of clarification on the information that was presented so far.
Thank you, Danae. Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of clarifying questions. Do you have any idea what the length of life expectancy for those charging stations? Is it 10 years, 20 years, 50?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, Councilmember Matthews, that's a great question. The average lifespan is 10 years, but these charge point stations have also been shown to last longer. But 10 years is what they say.
Thank you. And then you mentioned clean energy and the Green Powers Partnership Program. Can you just expand on that a little bit? My understanding when I met with, one of the times I met with APS is that we are in this Green Powers Partnership Program paying for clean energy, but we don't quite have access to it yet. We pay a higher premium for it to be produced. I think I was told New Mexico. So can you just clarify where we are with that? Oh, here comes Nicole.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. Nicole Antonopoulos, Sustainability Director. And Danae, thank you. I'm just going to jump in here real quick. The Green Power Partners Program, we are the first customer of APS to participate in that program, and it does allow us to essentially buy clean energy credits. And as you noted, the wind farm that APS owns that we are technically buying the credits from is located in New Mexico. So the grid is a combination of electricity and resources that come onto it at all times. So it is a blend that goes into the grid. So to say that we are receiving energy from New Mexico is not true. What we are doing is ensuring that the purchase and the funding for that wind power is advanced, if you will, and kept in functioning order. And so we have chosen to pay a surcharge to say that we are technically using clean energy.
So with these charging stations, to say that people are able to take advantage of using clean energy, they're just, what that really means is they're able to participate in that agreement.
Okay. Exactly.
Okay. Thank you. Perfect. And so then my other comment was in this proposal, and I am for charging. Everyone has to pay for parking, and we pay for gas. And I think just on an equity basis, I think that for the city to front the bill for all of we want to encourage more people, and I think we've seen that increase, and that's exciting. But as we were talking about service fees for paying bills and stuff, I think that we're at a point where people expect to pay for their charging just like they do for gas, and it's still quite a bit of a savings to them. And most people so far, when they have an electric vehicle, they are in a price point that I'm not there yet, so they could probably pay for electricity much easier than I can pay for gas. So I just think that just to make it equitable when we're using public funds, that we start thinking about keeping it equal across the board.
Thank you. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for those comments, Council Member. This is more for the new council members, and just a reminder for those who were serving in the previous council. The decision was made at the start of these EV stations, the city-owned EV stations, to incentivize and do so. You know, the biggest incentive, of course, being free parking and free usage of the free usage of the power. But it was always envisioned that we would have this discussion, a year or two down the road to talk about fees. And I think this is that discussion tonight. So you raised very good points, and I just want to give you assurance that that was always the mindset of staff and the council, that eventually we could and should be looking at either full cost recovery or something. So I want to thank you for the question, and just wanted to share that with you.
Thank you. Council? I have a question. Danae, does the app alert drivers when they're getting close to being fully charged?
Yes, and I think, was that Mayor Daggett that asked that question?
Yes.
Okay, thanks, Mayor. You're really tiny on my screen. You will get a notification on your phone when your vehicle is nearly full, and that you do get a little bit of a breathing room, because once that battery is nearing the completion of its charge, the charging actually slows down for safety reasons, and so it's not like a 1-minute warning. You get a little bit of a buffer as it's filling up the last bit.
Thank you. Councilmember McCarthy, did you have a comment? You moved your microphone.
I did. You're very observant. Thank you, Mayor. I was thinking of making a comment. What I was thinking of saying is that I support option C, which Ms. Matthews does too, I believe. However, I think we could possibly consider a soft landing, so to speak. In other words, don't go from zero cost to 100% of the cost. Maybe we could go to 70% or 80% for a year or two, and then a year or two after that, go up to full cost recovery. That's my thought.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
I'll weigh in. I'm in favor of option C as well. I wish I had had a fully electric vehicle the past couple of years so that I could have taken advantage of this wonderful amenity that the city has been offering. But just as we had to go to paid parking at some point, I think we're a city that's losing its innocence as it becomes a bigger city. And I feel a theme coming on this evening with our earlier conversation about the way we do our billing. I just think that we need to keep cost recovery in mind, and it is just fair that folks who are using this amenity pay into the system for the benefit they're getting. So a soft landing might be interesting. I'll leave those details to city staff to sort of work out. I do like having some sort of percentage of the cost recovery, maybe not 100%, but then the real motivation for me is to get a fully charged car out of that parking spot so another car can utilize that resource, and we become more efficient at doing that. That increases the benefit to the public by having more vehicles being charged on the electric grid, and it's a resource that doesn't go to waste.
Councilmember House.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Danae, for the presentation. And I'm looking over the questions that you're posing here for us. I am definitely in agreement on preferring that cost recovery plus encouraging behavior model. So I think it was option C. One thing I'm wondering is if it's possible to adopt either fees or an approach that's based on the location of those chargers. And the reason that I'm raising that question is because of the clear differentiation we're seeing in the utilization at the airport, where the percentage of time that's spent there on a full charge is suggesting, or maybe I should say may be suggesting, that folks are utilizing that as simply a free parking option at the airport, which is now paid. And so I would be interested in seeing the potential to look at an option to discourage that behavior and have pricing that's in line with the parking fees that exist there already, but also having that flexibility to say, for example, for the charging stations at a location where it's not necessarily being utilized in that same way, to make it more appealing to maintain that use, if that makes sense. So just looking at a way to address the behavior in those fees without encouraging a shift towards that same undesired behavior by having a lower cost somewhere and just encouraging people to shift to that location. But I'd just be curious to see what the potential is for encouraging behavior and making sure that those costs are equitable based on where those stations are at and how they're being used.
Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you. Thanks for bringing this to us. And for number one, I definitely am interested in C. I think it's very important that we do the cost recovery and encourage behavior. For me, Councilmember McCarthy, the phasing in approach, I don't necessarily feel that that's necessary, but I will leave it up to staff to investigate that if deemed necessary. And for the cost recovery, like I said, I do think it's important. And I look forward to hearing more of the council discussion on that, but I would look at either A or B on number 2.
I too am in support of C and A or B, leaning more toward B, but the upper end of B. And I'm interested in staff bringing us their plan for moving cars out of the way at the airport once they're charged, and just how we're going to make sure that those spaces are freeing up. Do you feel like you have direction, Danae? Oh, and Brian has his hand up.
Well, we better let Brian speak on that.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council, and thanks to Danae for the great presentation and introduction to that. Apologies if there are any audio issues. I'm joining by phone at the moment, so I'm going to keep my camera off for bandwidth. But for a little bit of background on some of the data that we're seeing from the extended charge times at the airport, some of that may also be because right now the charging infrastructure that's part of this program is the only charging infrastructure at the airport. So our rental car companies are also utilizing those spaces. So I think that we're seeing them use it for longer charge times to get their vehicles back to full before another renter picks it up, which of course is a benefit, and then it allows our rental car companies to have electric vehicles as options as part of their rental fleet. But the downside is that, depending on their business hours, if it extends beyond their business hours, it may sit for longer. I think we're seeing more of that than we are of people using them to park and fly out, especially as parking availability is increased and our parking enforcement has started with Park Flag. But as Director Hansen mentioned, that's something we can do through an enforcement mechanism. If we do think people are abusing the system, we do have some ways to ticket and eventually move vehicles if necessary. But I do think that is something to consider too about what Danae talked about in terms of recovering costs and in terms of some additional fees for vehicles that park for longer and take up those spaces when they might be used by others. That could be something that we would support to try to encourage those spaces to open up sooner. If there's any follow-up questions for the airport, I'd be happy to answer, and we can also do a little bit more research on that if you'd like some more details. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. I think that is really beneficial to this discussion, knowing that. Council, any additional questions? And if not, then Danae, as you were saying, whether you feel like you have good enough direction?
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. This was really valuable feedback, and I feel like we have really good direction on council wanting to recover fees while encouraging that behavior to move, that option C. I really do appreciate calling out the airport for maybe needing a slightly different fee structure. I would love if there's just an opportunity to get a little bit more clarity around what level of cost recovery council would like to pursue. I did hear some responses. So Mayor, I've got yours noted, but if there's anybody else that wanted to chime in on what level of cost recovery they feel would be appropriate, that would be really helpful.
Vice Mayor, Councilmember Matthews,
C.
Councilmember House. C.
Yeah, I think it should be higher. We should be recovering somewhere around 80% of the cost.
And Councilmember Matthews, did you mean A? We're talking about number 2?
Recovering 80 to 100% of the cost? I'm sorry, yes.
A, Councilmember House.
I'm between A and B. I was in agreement with you, Mayor, on leaning towards the higher end of B or the lower end of A. So somewhere around that, like 70 to 80%.
Councilmember McCarthy?
A.
All right, so it looks like we are, you got it? All right.
That was wonderful and efficient. Thank you so much, Mayor and Council. I do have one more slide, if that's okay.
Please.
Just a quick note on what the next steps look like. So now that we've got some direction, we will be conducting a rate study, and this will be with finance to figure out how we do this. But this will help us evaluate the full costs of providing the service in order to develop that appropriate fee based on your guidance this evening. The public will then be notified, and it will come to council as a public hearing item, and then an ordinance will be introduced and then presented for council for final approval. So in terms of timeline, we anticipate this fee would be implemented in fiscal year 24-25, aiming for the early part of the fiscal year. I did want to note that staff continues to have some internal discussions about appropriate fee structures for other non-public users, including our own city fleet vehicles, as well as city employee vehicles. And with that, I will just say thank you. And if there's any final questions or thoughts, I'm happy to tune in.
Thank you, Danae. Any additional comments, questions? All right, thank you so much for the great presentation. It is now 6:07, and we are going to take a 10-minute break and be back at 6:17. And we're back. Whew. There's a lot.
I'm not sure what I'm doing.
There's a
There we
lot
go.
going on right there. I probably got booted out of the meeting too. And a hush washes over the audience. So, letter C, moving the needle on city climate and housing goals. Hello and welcome.
Thank you. Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, Nicole Antonopoulos, Sustainability Director, thank you for the opportunity to provide an informational update to the Council. We are titling this effort, Moving the Needle, and we're focusing on the carbon neutrality plan and the 10-year housing plan. I am honored to be here this evening with a wide variety of folks from across the city organization, including, I'm going to go in order, Dan Folk, Paul Mood, Genevieve Pear3, Justina, no, I missed the order. I messed it up already. Justina Costa and Michelle McNulty. Sarah Dar is homesick, and so we're going to cover her slides, and let's jump into it. So for today's discussion, we're just going to provide a very high-level background on the carbon neutrality plan and the 10-year housing plan. We're going to talk about just assessing current conditions, and then we're going to move into looking ahead. And that's when you're going to be hearing from a lot of the team that's here this evening. So just providing that high-level overview to ground us, we have some specific goals related to the carbon neutrality plan, as well as the 10-year housing plan. The goals of the carbon neutrality plan are, the first is to achieve carbon neutrality by 2030. The second goal is to help prepare Flagstaff's communities, systems, and resources to be more resilient to climate change impacts. And then the third goal is to address climate change in a manner that prioritizes those most impacted and ensures that the cost and benefits of climate adaptation and mitigation are equitably distributed throughout the community. The 10-year housing plan has an overarching goal of to reduce the current affordable housing needs in our community by half over the next 10 years. And there are two elements that support that overarching goal. The first element is to impact at least 6,000 low to moderate income Flagstaff residents through a combination of unit creation or subsidy provisions. And then the second element is to create or preserve just under 8,000 housing units by 2031. So the challenge is that both of these plans outline comprehensive changes that are needed to achieve these ambitious goals. And staff are working diligently to create a strong foundation to allow for those plans to be on a path towards success. We need to ensure, though, that that foundation aligns with city procedures, our city codes, internal operations, while honoring the needs of our community. And so our solution for addressing this is to create a collective and strategic approach to address these complex challenges. So assessing our current conditions, we need to analyze and understand what is needed. We need to remove the barriers for procedure changes, and we need to address things simultaneously. So this is not a linear effort. There's going to be simultaneous actions taken throughout the next 7 years for the carbon neutrality plan and 10 years for the 10-year housing plan. But we're not suggesting that this can only happen in a linear order. So we think it's really important for the council and the community to understand that both the carbon neutrality plan and the 10-year housing plan intersect with several elements of city operations. And this is just a snapshot that These plans intersect with city procedures, with the building code, with the zoning code, with the procurement code, with engineering standards. And then there are various plans, some of which are highlighted on the right-hand side of the slide here, that intersect. The active transportation management plan, for example, is incredibly important in the carbon neutrality plan. In fact, the goals are embedded in the carbon neutrality plan. We have a community wildfire protection plan, the water services integrated master plan, and the regional plan, just as an example. So looking ahead, it is really important that we work with our partners internally to approach this challenge ahead of us. And what we're going to be highlighting for the council and community this evening is that these 5 specific areas that are really focusing on advancing or moving the needle in both the carbon neutrality plan and within the 10-year housing plan. So within community development, that is focusing on building safety. Within sustainability, that's climate action. Within city engineering, that's the engineering standards. Community development, that is housing, and community development, that's also planning. So we are going to invite members of each of these areas to come and share with you a timeline over the next 18 months of what work is going to be done to help advance both of these plans. I would be remiss if I did not highlight the fact that this is just a snapshot. This is a high-level review and discussion, but it is intended to really pull together the complexity of these plans and the goals that have been set within them and what is needed to create that strong foundation. This is also a snapshot of just some of the work that staff is doing. This work is it's being worked on simultaneously with other work priorities that we have. So it is not the only work that we are doing. So as I noted, that this is just a snapshot of the work over the next 18 months. And again, this is a high-level review of our planned efforts. And with that, I'm going to hand the microphone off to Justina. Thank you.
Mayor, Council, Justina Costa, Assistant Housing Director. I am speaking off the cuff because Sarah is sick, so I will do my best to guide you through this slide. We will be before you on January 9th in a work session to give you updates on the housing section overall, more details about our upcoming projects, where we're at, numbers, things like that. So that's coming to you on the 9th. We are currently in the process of developing the NOFA for the Rental Incentive Bond Program. Our goal is to have that completed and have that on the street with out in early spring, the end of winter, early spring. The next item Michelle will cover, so I will not go into that. Our next item of work is the bond-funded homeownership program, which we anticipate to start in the spring. That's the Community Homebuyer Assistance Program that you're all familiar with. In addition to all of that, we've completed the requirement of having a limited English proficiency plan for the city housing section. So that is done and implemented. Staff have been trained, so we're very proud of that. And an ongoing effort that we're continuing to do, as you may have seen, especially with our social media, is that we're ongoing conducting public outreach and education to inform the community about the importance of affordable housing and housing in general. Thank you.
Let's see who's next. Oh, it is building code. Good evening, I'm Dan Folk, Community Development Director. I'm going to talk about some work that's going to be happening over the next year on our building code. And so we do adopt a suite of codes typically every 6 years. We're currently on the 2018 codes. And so this includes for single family, commercial, it's got the energy code in there. We call it a suite of codes. And so the new 2024 codes will be coming out here soon. And so that would be the next kind of 6-year cycle that we would consider. And so we'll start doing a review of those codes starting right away this winter into the spring of next year. what we start to do is we identify what's different between the new code and our current 2018 code. We'll start to look at local amendments. So revisions, we always make a few local changes to the standard International Building Code. Some have to do with our climate, snow loads, things like that. This is the opportunity really to make some changes as well that maybe we've identified through the last CAP project that Michelle's going to talk about again. And so if there's recommendations on things we should be changing in our building codes, this is when we would start to consider what that would look like over the summer of next year. We do extensive public outreach to our design community as well as our construction community. So we hold workshops with designers, architects, engineers, contractors, start to share with them what's in the new code, what's being considered, what are the changes you're going to have to think about when you start designing new projects. Get that feedback, start to make revisions, and then start an adoption project, an adoption process. And so that would be late end of 2025, looking to adopt in the spring of 2025. And so those would be the 2024 codes would go into effect then. And so again, I mentioned the last CAP. I think we'll integrate the findings that come from that consultant team over the summer of next year. There's another effort that's going on that Nicole, myself, Michelle, or not Michelle, Amy Tressler, our building official, myself, Nicole, and Jenny Neiman went down, I think it was a year ago, to attend a group. There's a coalition that was looking to adopt kind of statewide building energy codes for the Southwest. And so the name of the group is the Resilient Southwest Building Codes Collaborative. And so Flagstaff, we became part of that collaborative. The meeting we went to at that time was about applying for a grant. So the Department of Energy was offering money through what's called RECI, the Resilient and Efficient Codes Implementation. And so the collaborative put together a request for $4.1 million. It's really to focus on education, training, again, folks who do this work on these, some call them green codes or I codes, E codes. I've heard different phrases. It's a big focus on energy. And Genevieve is now our lead on that. So Genevieve is attending the monthly meetings. My understanding is the contract is still being negotiated with the Department of Energy, but there will be some resources available to us locally, again, to promote and educate these energy codes.
So that means we got the grant?
The grant was awarded. My understanding is it's still being negotiated. Almost done. Genevieve can probably, she can speak better to that. But the grant has been awarded, yes. So again, a lot of opportunity to implement some of that work, I think, over the summer of next year as well. So that is my report on the building codes. Do you have questions for me? Let's see who's next. I think it might be Paul. Yes.
All right. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. My name is Paul Mood. I'm the city engineer, and I'm here tonight to talk about our updating the engineering codes. Engineering codes, standards, and details were last updated in approximately 2017 and 2018 timeframe, so quite a while ago. And through this process, we looked at updating our standard engineering codes and details, as well as the codes and details that pertain to the active transportation master plan that was passed in late 2022. So it's a good opportunity for us to look at those old codes that need to be refreshed and then the active transportation plan codes. What you will see with the just kind of standard codes, you could see like pipe materials for water, sewer, types of valves, air release valves, all that really exciting stuff that us engineers love. For the active transportation plan, you could be looking at where are pedestrian push buttons placed at an intersection. How are we handling bike ramps to go on and off the street, different striping, a whole new section on foots trails. So that's, we're really trying to work with Martin Ince, our senior transportation planner, to go through those codes. In early December, we've already taken these draft updates to the Transportation Commission, bike and pedestrian committees. After the holidays, we're going to go to the Commission on Inclusion and Adaptive Living, We have a talk scheduled with the Chamber of Commerce in January as well. So we're trying to get all the users that are really in the active transportation space to look at these and give us their input and any questions. We've also sent the draft updates to Metro Plan and Mountain Line. They gave us some good feedback as well, so we're tweaking here and there as we go. And then late January, we're going to plan a public open house so we can send it out to like all those groups again, the public, engineering firms, builder groups, so they can take a look at it as well. And then we plan to be in front of council late November for a work session. We also can go back to the Transportation Commission as needed based on any feedback we're getting. And then hopefully in March and early April for that first read and second read. And also these updates that we're doing now are kind of with the ATMP are the low-hanging fruit, things that we don't feel are going to have a lot of discussion, kind of the no-brainers. Things that we thought were going to take a lot more discussion. Once these updates happen, we're going to go back and revisit those. So we didn't want those larger items holding up the items that we thought we could get through and start to make a difference. So that's our schedule. Happy to answer any questions that you might have.
I have a question, and really it's for each of these areas. Are you involving the public in this process before it goes out for public comment, or how is the public being involved in each of these areas?
I mean, right now, for engineering standards, our meetings that we go to, Transportation Commission, the Bicycle Ped Committee, Commission on Inclusion and Adaptive Living, those are all public meetings. So they are getting out there that way.
And sorry that I forgot to ask when you were up, Dan or Justina, do you have a committee that is doing this? And is it just staff and your public input is coming from presenting to commissions?
I'm trying to recall when we went through this the last time. I believe we used the Board of Appeals, which is a board that doesn't meet very often, but if somebody appeals like a decision of the building official, something in the building code, you can go to this Board of Appeals. So my recollection is that we've used them as a sounding board. So when we start reviewing the new 2024 code, identifying what's different, we use that group as kind of a public sounding board. And then we have a lot of these public meetings that I mentioned, kind of workshops where we invite designers and architects to come look at the new codes. So that would be the bulk of our public outreach on the code work, building code work.
Thank you. And thank you, Paul.
And to answer that for housing, we're just ticking things off of the 10-year housing plan. So that's what that is.
Thank you.
I'm a little shorter. I have to bring it down. Okay. Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Genevieve Pear-3 in the Sustainability Office, and I will talk a bit about some of the sustainability things. Lots going on. These are a few of them. Obviously, we're already working to support our partners in housing, engineering, and planning. But in addition to that, we've got some other things going on, including exploring incentives to encourage the development of ADUs. To answer your question about public feedback, we had a survey out, public survey for about a month, and we got 350 responses. We also had one for design professionals and got about 20, so a smaller group. So you do the best you can there. So we're analyzing that. Basically, we wanted to have a better understanding of what are the potential barriers to ADU development, because they are called for in both the carbon neutrality plan and the 10-year housing plan. So a big part of both of those plans. And so we're analyzing that right now. So we will come back to council in the future once we have a better idea of the barriers and what we could potentially do to address those. So we will give you an update on that when we have that ready. We're still going to do some in-depth interviews with design professionals, so not quite done with the data collection, but close. So moving forward, just also to answer your question about public engagement for the other components. So those came out of the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan, as well as the Carbon Neutrality Plan, which had over 3,000 people provide public comments. So this is implementing the priorities that were identified in those plans. So there's been quite a bit of public comment on that already. So for e-bike rebates, we do have a pilot program to provide rebates for low-income community members who purchase e-bikes. We're hoping to launch this spring, so we actually have a full-time energy specialist who's going to administer that program. So that should be launching this spring. The goal is to really make it easier for people with lower incomes to have an e-bike. I don't know if anyone has tried e-bikes. They're really fun, and it makes it a lot easier to get around compared to a regular bike. So the idea is for them in some situations to actually replace cars. So let's make it easier to get those to our low-income community members. Another one is transportation demand management, or TDM. So I'm sure you've heard that a bunch. Basically, it's a really important part of transportation planning that looks at how we can reduce driving. And it's really important if we want to meet our vehicle miles traveled goals in the carbon neutrality plan. We've already been exploring this concept for years, and the city actually already does this to a certain extent. We just haven't called it that. We had a bike share a couple years ago. We paid people to not park at City Hall. You'd get like an extra vacation day or two, something like that. It was a couple years ago, pre-COVID. So that's a form of TDM. Also promoting bus service, promoting biking and walking, the Cheshire Slow Street project. So it's kind of lots of different ways that you can kind of encourage people to move out of single occupancy vehicles into other ways of getting around. And that is also supported by many planning documents, including our current regional plan, carbon neutrality plan, active transportation master plan. So it's in quite a few adopted policy documents. And moving forward, we're going to work with Metro Plan and other partners to kind of figure out how we can implement some programs for Flagstaff. Another one is bike or scooter share. So there was a pilot back in 2018. We're looking to restart that, also working with partners in NAU, Metro Plan, Mountain Line, to get another partnership going, and hoping to have an RFP out soon so we can get that started. A couple other things, so EV charging infrastructure development. Obviously, we've heard a lot about EV chargers today. So the goal is to have a lot more chargers in the community to benefit community members and increase the uptake of EVs. So we'll be looking for money, grant support, funding, building regional partners, working with ADOT, et cetera. We have some things that we already do. So Dan Folk talked about building code local amendments. We do have an amendment that requires EV-ready parking spaces for developments, or for developments that have more than 20 parking spaces in their parking lot. So we do have some things like that that encourage EVs in private development. We also have the APS Take Charge program that Danae mentioned. And so we have a lot more to do, obviously, to increase the number of EV stations in the community. So we'll be working on that later next year. Just had to check the timeline. Okay, and then the last one I have is incentives for net zero homes and buildings. So really wanting to add incentives to encourage those types of buildings to be built. We're not really sure how we're going to do that. We will be seeking funding through grants, federal, state, private, et cetera, learn from peer cities. But yeah, really, hopefully increase the amount of net zero homes in Flagstaff. And then one last thing I'll say is that we have a carbon neutrality plan update that will be coming to you in February or March of 2024. So stay tuned. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. On the EV charging infrastructure development, I saw near Bashes on Woodlands. I think it's a private development. We thought there was another fast food going in by the Mexican food place. So it looks like there's some private development going on for EV stations. Do we have an idea of how many more charging stations we need? I mean, is there a projection like we should put in 30 more in the next 5 years, and how much of that's, public funds versus private development? I don't know what the incentive was for this property owner, but we saw the development going on, and then we noticed that it was EV stations. So I was just wondering.
Yeah, I'll let Nicole answer part of this, but I'll take a stab first. So I mentioned our current building code has that local amendment where we do require the spaces to be EV ready, a certain percentage, as long as the total number of spaces exceeds 20. So the reason behind that is that when you're pouring the asphalt, it's a lot easier to get that infrastructure in place before you build your parking lot. It's a lot harder to retrofit it later. And so the idea is that if there's a demand, the property owner would just put the charging station there too, because a lot of the cost is they're already doing it as part of the development. So I don't have a number for you in terms of parking, what we need, so maybe I'll let Nicole answer that. But I will say that that is part of a way to incentivize that private development to happen.
But as a city, do we have a goal on how many we want to put in? And
I'll let her answer that one.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, Councilmember Matthews, thank you for that question. We do not necessarily have a plan yet. What we are seeing and what is well, one, our number one priority is obviously getting our internal infrastructure established, and you will be hearing more about that. And we have made mention, and I believe Danae commented on this 2 weeks ago, was that we are working with APS to do an analysis of what our infrastructure needs are just for city fleet. With that in mind, there is definitely trends in the private sector to incorporate charging stations as a lure for visitation and obviously business. It is a lucrative opportunity for the private sector in many cases. We have not done an analysis that compares the projections for EV ownership and then infrastructure needs in Flagstaff, but that is on our agenda.
Good, because it does seem like it's now that the usage is higher, there's more EVs out there, that the private sector is seeing the opportunities, as you just mentioned, to draw shopping in their area to build these stations. So I like seeing the private sector development. And then lastly, I just want to comment, I think one of our first conversations before I decided to run for city council was ADUs. I'm glad to see we're still having a conversation about it and anxious to see it actually coming to fruition. However many that will make to bring to our housing stock, who knows, but we've got to attack it from every different angle. So I'm happy to see that still on your radar. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any additional questions or comments? All right, thank you.
All right, Michelle McNulty, Planning Director. So it's nice when you can start the presentation saying we've already knocked 3 of our goals right off, and thank you guys for, check, and thank you for participating in that and for adopting these different code amendments earlier this month. So now we're on to keep moving forward. Next time you see us, it will be bringing an amendment to public facility zoning district and recommending allowing residential development within that zoning designation. That can be integral to providing teacher housing. We're looking at opportunities with the Forest Service, and so that could have really wide effects and positive impacts, as well as updating the subdivision process. So currently we have a pre-plat and a concept, or I should say a concept plat and then a pre-plat, we call it P-plat. And looking at how we can consolidate those 2 actions, they're kind of redundant, so we are looking at making that process more efficient. As well, we don't have a good subdivision amendment process. Basically, it sends you right, if you go to look at how do I amend a subdivision plat, it puts you right back into how to start a plat. And so that's a pretty cumbersome process if you're just trying to make a small amendment to that. So those will be the next items you see coming before you. The residential and public facility will be hopefully in February if all goes well. And then we're continuing to update our IDS or interdivision staff process. That is the development review process for this city. So Dan Falk and the previous municipal engineer, Rick Barrett, led a listening tour with, I think, the Chamber of Commerce and some others. And that really gave us a lot of insight to make some initial changes. But as we're going through this last CAP project, it's also evaluating our process. So that's a dynamic rechartering in that it's going to continue as long as it exists. And then the Regional Plan 2045 update. So I think a lot of you have heard different presentations from Sarah Dechter on this. We are moving into the developing the committee stage that's really going to start looking at developing the process and the policy, not the process, the policy. I have to make 2 plugs. There is an open house at Cromer Middle School, January 16th. Everyone is welcome. And there's also an online open house and survey. There is a big placard in the lobby of City Hall with a barcode. If you have not done so, please do that open house. It's really looking at the different scenarios that came out of the scenario games that were being played and developing those into actual models to look at and getting feedback on those to determine what future growth scenarios would look like. So very important. And then the last cap, and so you've heard me give several updates on this. So just to kind of hit finer points on what the deliverables are going to look like as they come to council as well as the other boards and commissions. So the next time you'll see us is in probably February with the land availability and suitability analysis as well as a development code diagnosis. So the land availability suitability is going to include an inventory of vacant and underutilized parcels, opportunity sites. So those are sites that are undeveloped or underdeveloped that have a lot of things going for them in the way of being either redeveloped or developed but for, and so kind of identifying what are those but for so we can help remove the barriers. There'll be a suitability analysis including recommendations for process improvements to bring residential development online more quickly, as well as an infrastructure gap analysis and regional development cost reduction strategies. So, and then the code diagnosis is reviewing 7 recent residential development projects and kind of looking at what in the codes and the process worked and what didn't. It's also developing an equity, displacement, and vulnerability assessment. And it will develop up to 10 development prototypes, most likely to occur under existing codes, to evaluate the impact of code and any code changes on housing affordability, carbon neutrality, and economic feasibility. And the thing that I want to just stress is that there are things in code that work, and they work really well, and we want to keep those things. So we really want to identify those as well as what's not working. As far as public engagement for that, we really had focus groups that have included developers, and not just people on the development end, but the finance end, so that we can understand those impact to the code changes and process, as well as different members of the design community, including engineers, surveyors, and planners. When this deliverable, for each of these deliverables that are going to come to council, before they come to council, they will also have made their way to Planning and Zoning Commission, Housing Commission, Sustainability Commission, and the Transportation Commission. As far as any additional public meetings, we've not identified those specific opportunities. In the last slide, we're going to talk about how the last cap and the regional plan work together. So there's also a lot of opportunities for public input to feed into this through that, and so I'll get to that next. We're also, as part of all of this, we have partnered, just a reminder, we have partnered with Mountain Line, so as we're doing all of these analysis, we will be looking at that also with transit in mind and very intentionally and specific to what their goals and the 5-year plan is looking at. And then we have the code update and concepts, which will be here probably in front of council in the fall of 2024. And that's really going to look at exploring and evaluating potential code updates in general and conceptual form to inform more specific recommendations that most effectively address our local conditions and needs. And then we will move into the code recommendations and impact, and that's going to really refine those key code update concepts into detailed and actionable recommendations for specific code changes. It's also going to provide specific recommendations for the incentive policy for affordable housing, addressing both regulatory and financial incentive, consistent again with our local conditions and our needs. And then we'll also be doing code impact modeling, which will look at prototypes, citywide housing capacity, equity and displacement, and sustainability and carbon neutrality. And breaking this out into these individual steps allows us, one, to keep checking in with council to make sure that we're on the right track, because ultimately this is going to frame a work program of a lot of code changes that hopefully you guys will see. But it's also allowing us to identify the smaller code changes that we can make along the way, so we don't have to just wait for the study to be done and then do the work. We're going to be doing the work, as Nicole pointed out. This is one drop in the bucket of a bigger work program. And so I think, Councilwoman Matthews, you had asked when we came for the to do the contract on the last cap, how this was going to kind of integrate with the regional plan. And we've thought a lot about that through developing that scope of work and as we've looked at what we're actually finding. And so this graphic kind of helps illustrate where the different touch points are. I also want to add that we do have a monthly touch point meeting with the scenario and regional planning team, so that we're constantly making sure that we're aware of what each other group is doing and opportunities to streamline or piggyback on public outreach and different things. So as you can see, as the Flagstaff regional plan is looking at alternative scenarios and preferred scenarios, as we're looking at the opportunity sites, and really from a data standpoint, we're feeding into those two exercises. As we move on to the code diagnosis report and the code concepts and recommendations, that's going to both be informing the draft goals and policies that are happening, as well as those policies that the policy committee is working on will be informing those recommendations. And then as the regional plan wraps up and starts to go forward on the ballot, and then we'll be finishing our code recommendations, you're going to see that cycle again where both items are kind of informing each other. And so one of the questions we get is, how are we making these code changes when we're in the middle of a code or a plan update? And I mean, all of this is dynamic. We know a lot of the barriers that we have right now, and we need to keep making the code changes to be more effective. But just because we've changed the code and we've touched it doesn't mean we can't touch it again. If the regional plan, the 2045, comes out with even more explicit direction, we can come back and update those codes accordingly. So that's it. Any questions? Thanks.
Council, any questions? I have one for all of you. You've added, 10, 15 staff members to help you do all of this, right?
But we can if you like. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, and thank you for the opportunity just to bring this incredible group together. I hope that it offers a flavor of all the ingredients that are really necessary to build that strong foundation to be successful with these incredibly necessary and ambitious goals that have been set forward in both these plans that we've been highlighting. And this is not individual sections or divisions working on this. And I think that's one of the most important things, again, is going back to the touch points of both of these plans through all city operations and numerous plans and codes. And we are moving forward. We are moving the needle, but we have to have that strong foundation to ensure that we can really see that advancement. And we hope to continue to provide this more comprehensive or collated updates to the council as we continue to move forward. So hopefully this was informative and helpful, and we're happy to answer any further questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to express my appreciation. I'm a visual. I like to see benchmarks. There's so many things that go on in the city. You guys do a great job. But a lot of times we're like, I don't know what they're doing in that. And so this is really helpful for us to communicate it to the community and to help us see that our vision is moving forward, and to both crises, emergencies that we have are interchangeable a lot of times, and so it's just great to see the collaboration and everything. So just thank you all for all the great effort and time you put into it. This is really important and very impressive, and I'm very happy to see this report and look forward to the next one. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments?
Just very briefly, Mayor, thank you. Thank you so much for this report. It's incredible to see all the moving parts. One of the takeaways for me tonight is that these emergencies that I was on council when we declared both of these, They're not just platitudes. It's not just empty documents stuffed in a drawer somewhere. I see the entire city apparatus really mobilizing and moving with momentum and direction on all of these issues. I think we're going to hit the bullseye in a lot of cases. Sometimes we're going to stray. Democracy is messy. There's a lot of moving parts. There's also a lot of there's a lot of tug and pull involved in these processes. And of course, you know, the public needs to be involved too. This can't just be a municipal effort. And I just love the leadership and the example that you guys are providing, not only for our own community, but for other municipalities out there. It's just such an incredible, hopeful journey that you guys are embarking upon. And I agree with Councilmember Matthews. It's really nice to see these things laid out with specifics on a calendar so that we can follow along. We can engage the public knowing what's coming up. The public feels that they're in the know with what the plan is. And really, it just makes me feel very warm inside. I applaud all of you. And it's more than the sum of its parts, too, right? Each of you individually seem to be very bought into this, dedicated to bringing all these things out. But I think it elevates some sort of sense of purpose and wind in our sails for the entire city just to get on board in tackling both of these urgent crises that we have. And I'll stop there. I'm just getting all warm and fuzzy, and nobody wants that at 7 p.m. at night. But just really, really encouraged. And I think, you know, there's been a lot of public comment in the past couple of weeks, really in support and in favor and going back to some of the original impetus for all of this. I think it's encouraging for all of our constituents to see this moving forward. And, okay, I'll stop.
Thank you all. I know this is a heavy lift given everything else that you're already working on, so thank you. Okay, we are now moving down to item number 13, future agenda item requests. And these both pertain to citizen petitions. The first one is the ICANN Cities Appeal, a global call for the City of Flagstaff to support the UN Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. Hello, Stacy.
Hello. Thank you again for having me in front of you. I was asked to provide just a brief kind of history on this item, and then I'll also have some history to provide on the next item. But back in August of 2022, the prior council had received a very similar citizen petition to the one that is being presented to you tonight. That particular petition was seeking a resolution in support of the Back from the Brink campaign, which also called for the elimination of nuclear weapons. The council at that time, again, it was the prior council, it does not include the new council members here, but they chose not to advance that citizen petition at that particular time. But I just wanted to provide that background and some of that context before you guys got into the conversation.
Thank you. And we do have some public comment. Council, are you all right with me taking public comment before we? All right. So we have William Head.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, thank you for your time. I'll cut to the chase. From the extraction of uranium to detonation, nuclear weapons represent oppression, ignorance, and mass murder. Nuclear weapons actively threaten our families, waters, and most cherished landscapes. 72 U.S. cities have acknowledged these truths. 72 U.S. cities have demanded accountability from the federal government in their inhumane actions regarding nuclear weapons. These same 72 cities think globally and act locally. I hope that the city of Flagstaff can become the 73rd city to sign on to the international campaign to abolish nuclear weapons, Cities Appeal, which supports the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. That's all I have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. All right, that's the only comment that we have on this item. I'll remind council and the audience that we need 3 council members in support of this to move it forward. And so I am looking for comments, questions. Councilmember Matthews and then Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, when I heard this and saw it, you know, in a perfect world, no one wants nuclear weapons because of the devastation that it causes. I'm old enough to remember the drills in elementary school where they made us think that if we hid under our chairs, we'd be safe from someone dropping a nuclear bomb, which was just to make us feel better, I guess, but it scared us. But I also know that there's other countries, we use nuclear power, and Israel and Iran, 2 that come to my mind, have been found over the last couple of decades to have been developing nuclear weapons underground. And so the UN were not privy to them. And I think Israel's was discovered in the 90s, maybe 80s, and Iran a little bit later. So it'd be great if no one developed nuclear weapons, but we don't. We live in a broken world. And I can't support it just because we can't allow ourselves to be so vulnerable because there's evil in this world and they won't stop. So I feel pretty strongly about that. And I just wanted to share that we can say we won't and other countries can say they won't, but there's been evidence of countries that did even though they said they wouldn't, and they did it underground about 20 stories deep, and that'd be a huge risk for the world.
Vice Mayor.
Tyler, if I remember correctly, you served in the military, right? Oh, I know him as Tyler. Okay. I just want to thank you for your service. I would support moving this forward, and I can understand why others might not on a logistical level. This does feel a little bit like we're getting out of our lane in terms of what our purview is as a municipal decision-making body. But I don't know that this, my assumption is that this is not going to create a lot of staff time. It's just signing on to a known document that purports to, have the vision to call for the prohibition of nuclear weapons around the world. I think that is a noble objective and a noble goal. I certainly don't want to get to the end of my days and look back and think to myself and to have to tell my children and grandchildren that I missed opportunities along the way to help de-escalate nuclear proliferation and the threat of nuclear aggression. Again, this seems pretty low-hanging fruit to me. It seems pretty straightforward. It's also just signing on to a document. It's showing solidarity for a good cause. I don't think it creates much staff time. I think it would be interesting for staff to take this forward and just see what it entails and get back to us. I'm definitely in favor of further discussion.
Thank you. Councilmember House.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I wanted to formally apologize because I know that you reached out and asked for an opportunity to meet separately on this, and I did not have a chance to get back to you on that. So know that it was not because I didn't want to talk to you. I just have had a very hectic schedule. But I am in agreement with Vice Mayor on this. I've gone back and forth on it because I know that we've had conversations on the types of things that we advance as fairs and as items that take staff time. But I think that this is a worthy cause for us to move forward in expressing support and having a voice in the conversation. So I am supportive of this moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm of a couple of minds on this. I agree that it is a noble effort. My only concern is that we have so much on our plates and so many things that we've already, we have plans and we need to get movement on that. I am willing to have a conversation, and if it is simply to sign on to support the prohibition, and it's a matter of us having the document before us and taking a public vote, I'm okay with doing that. So that's our three. City Manager.
Is there an expectation that staff needs to spend time to prepare this for the council?
In my mind, it is simply bringing forward the document for us to sign, and then if there is any public comment, that we take public comment.
Indeed. In terms of running the meeting, I'm not sure what document we need to bring forward. I would respectfully ask of council that we don't spend staff time on this. If there's a document at our fingertips, chief of staff or council's staff can generate that, but we do have a lot on our plates, and this is entirely a political statement and is outside of our wheelhouse.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Tyler, is there a document, a letter? So it's a sign-on letter.
Mayor and council, I would suggest you work through your chief of staff to do that, to determine if that. Thank you.
Great. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, just to be clear, my support of this is predicated on the fact that we're just signing on to an existing appeal that's ready to go. It's cut and paste and show our solidarity, and hopefully something will come of it down the road. These things can make a difference and do matter sometimes. But no, we shouldn't be investing any staff time in furthering this.
Yes, Councilmember Matthews.
And just to add that and I didn't bring it up, but I'm thankful that the Vice Mayor did. It is out of our lane a little bit. Again, it's a political statement, and I wouldn't want, as a council body, to sign anything without legal review. There's a lot of words that have multiple meanings that may not catch our eye, and so it would take legal, at least, to review it to make sure it's something that we could put our name on, because that concerns me. So,
thank you.
And so, given that consideration, and I know you can't. This is a difficult thing to even ask you. Reviewing a document could take 30 minutes. It could take 10 hours, correct?
Mayor and council, I'll go ahead and look at it. Obviously, whatever is brought forward through a council member or through the council's chief of staff, there may be an executive session on this, but I'll leave it at that for now.
Just to point out, the entire language of the resolution is right here. It's a quarter of a page. It's attached to the petition itself. It's very straightforward.
Okay. Then my support still stands.
And I apologize if I didn't see it attached to the petition. petition, but I didn't.
So moving down to item number B, or letter B, fair citizens petition titled Add Fluoride to City Drinking Water.
Hello again. You've heard a lot from me today. So again, this is just an opportunity to provide a little bit of historical information on this particular topic. This is a topic that's been wrestled with by the city for decades. In 1954, the council had placed a question on the ballot regarding the addition of fluoride to city water. That particular question was not successful in that election. The matter came up again in the late 60s, where council on 2 separate occasions, after significant public input and discussion, did not advance a directive to add fluoride to water. Then again in 1974, there was a council vote to actually move forward with that addition to the water, and then that ordinance was later repealed by the council in 1978. Most recently, back in April of 2001, the council again passed an ordinance that would require the addition of fluoride in city water. As a result, there was a citizen referendum that was started and was ultimately successful in placing that matter on the ballot in November of 2001. Again, that ordinance was not approved by the voters at that time. So just wanted to provide kind of that history, kind of where we're at today, on the actions that the city has taken over the last 70 years.
Thank you. And I'm going to take public comment on this as well. So Kyle Nitsky.
Great. Thank you so much, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. My name is Kyle Nitsky. I'm here today as a Flagstaff resident. This just kind of piqued my curiosity because I've been to the dentist a few times in Flagstaff, and every time I get in a conversation with the dental hygienist, we always have like a little quip about how crazy it is that there's no fluoride in the city drinking water. It was finally like my 3rd visit to the dentist, and I switched dentists, and I'm like, okay, why don't we actually have fluoride in the water in the city? So I looked up the, old Daily Sun article about the 2001 vote and thought it was very interesting. My understanding, I grew up in Gilbert, and we always had fluoride in our water. My understanding is it's one of the really good public health things that we can do that's low cost and really benefits children's dental health more so. It's not going to help adults a ton, but fluoride really replaces and strengthens the enamel in children's teeth when they're going from their baby teeth to their adult teeth. And so it's supposed to be really beneficial for health cost things. I also found some research from the Arizona Department of Health saying that we have higher rates of children's tooth decay, whatever, in Coconino County compared to the rest of the state. So I was just talking to folks who want to get some signatures and put it in front of you guys to talk about it again. I have some concerns as well, potentially, but I think the biggest thing is that there's been a lot of data and research over the last 20 years debunking a lot of the scary stuff that came out in the 90s around fluoride in the water. I think there's a lot of fear around really high rates of fluoride causing cancer, and we've seen a lot of that debunked, and really no correlation between city fluoride drinking and that sort of stuff. So anyway, I've been kind of all over the place with this, just very interested to get your guys' opinions on it. I think it's something that we should talk about again as a city, but I didn't do, anyway, love to hear what you guys have to say about it. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Kyle. Comments, Vice Mayor and then Councilmember Matthews.
I want to thank you, Kyle, for bringing this to our attention. I think it was worthy of you and for the signatories on this petition to bring this forward for potential discussion. We did just advance the previous one, and again, for me, it was predicated on the firm belief that it wasn't going to create much of a hassle for staff. This one certainly would be a little bit more involved, but it's also squarely within our purview as a municipality. This is a question that we very easily could grapple with and have in the past. To be honest with all of you, I was surprised to learn that there wasn't fluoride in our drinking water, and I only found that out because of this petition. So thanks for doing all that research and uncovering some of these things. And just to sort of test the idea recently I decided to pop quiz my wife, and I just ran up to her and I said, "Hey Claire, true or false, Flagstaff has fluoride in their water?" And she immediately said false. And I was like, "Oh, well, how did you know that? How are you so certain of that?" And she laughed, and she looked at me and she laughed, and she said, "Because our children have terrible cavities all the time." Which unfortunately has been something that our family has struggled with in spite of great hygiene otherwise. And she reminded me that these visits to the dentist invariably resulted in conversations of dentists and orthodontists complaining that Flagstaff doesn't have fluoride in the water. So a very similar story there. You know, I'm not sure what the controversy is. I think there are some myths and misunderstandings about what we put in our water, and just some general distrust of government that is a thing that we always need to be working to alleviate. But this is clearly public health concern. It's something that's within the city's purview. It's something that I believe that I thought we were doing, and I believe we should be doing. I also think it cuts to the cost of living in Flagstaff. I do firmly believe that if we had fluoride in the water, there would be less dental bills, and there would be better general dental health in our children. And Lord knows that those bills can become a huge factor in a family's monthly budget. And so this just seems like one of those basic things we should be doing as a city to provide for public health for our constituents. I would love to see where this conversation goes if it advances. I'm fully in support of it.
Councilmember Matthews?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm the opposite. I know a lot of people that are against fluoride in the water. We have access to it in so many different ways, whether it's in our mouthwash or toothpaste. The dentist can apply it. And for those of us who don't want additives in our water to be added to water where we have no choice, clearly it was voted down by the whole citizenry. It's been a few years, but it seems like the consensus was that people didn't want this added. I didn't look at the date, but I was just doing some Google research while we were sitting here, and there was a report from the International Association of Oral Medicine and Toxicology who cited a list of health issues, thyroid issues, bone density issues, and other things. Now, whether they've been debunked, if that was new or not, I have to admit I didn't look at the date, but I think it's clear enough, and given that we have evidence that at one time it was voted down, that our whole population would probably not be happy with us adding something into our water and not having the choice of just adding it. There's so many options, once again, to buy fluoride mouthwash, toothpaste, get your teeth covered, that I don't think we should impose that on the population.
My thinking on this is that I would like to see, if this is something that our public health professionals are desiring, I would like to see a recommendation coming from Coconino County Health and Human Services. And so I guess I would put it back on you, Kyle, to take to the county health department, and whether they want to have a task force or what. But I would like to have public health professionals telling us that they think that this is something that we should be pursuing. Anyone else? Okay, so that's that.
Mayor and Council, I appreciate, I think we're done with that item, correct? And I must correct the record. I did not see the back to the nuclear treaty, or the request for support for it. I did not see that attached. I do now. I will be asking for an executive session on that. I'll just let Ms. Salzberg know now. And it sounds like we don't have one going on. This item is not moving forward. I was going to ask for an e-session on that one too, but not necessary. Thanks.
So actually, if that's the case, where it would take additional staff time, can I go back and withdraw my thumbs up?
To go back to I was just giving some information, but to go back to the item, I think you would have to have a motion and a second to go back in the agenda, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Point of orders go first, right? Could the motion be made by anyone, or does it have to be made by someone that was in support of the thumbs up?
So this, we're getting into the motion for, we didn't do an official vote. It's not a motion for reconsideration. Mayor, you have within your purview to go back to an agenda item. I correct myself on that. You can do that because this wasn't an item that was up for vote. There wasn't a vote on it as a result. It's just 3 giving support or not. So you can go back to that item. Thanks.
Just noting, and whatever your decision is, it's completely your purview, and I absolutely respect it. The public who brought this petition forward left already thinking this was done. I think that's pertinent.
Good point. Okay, so I'll keep my thumbs up. We can have the executive session, but I'm publicly stating now that if it is going to take more than that amount of of staff time, that I'm not going to support it. Okay, moving down, public participation. We have Dennis Givens.
Thank you, Mayor Daggett, Vice Mayor, City Council staff, citizens. I'm just here, my name is Dennis Givens. I'm here to talk about parking on the south side across the street from the Lumberjack. It's a student housing building. I've noticed that the students have taken over the neighborhood that's right next to it, and there's people that have been living there for 20 plus years, and they can't even park in front of their own house. And I was suggesting maybe we could have solutions like we could have another parking garage or something in the city, or we can make a pass where only the neighborhood people can park there, or we could talk to NAU about maybe decreasing their car pollution, maybe have an incentive like only seniors can only have cars and stuff like that. And also I noticed that it makes the street a one-way street now, not a two-way street. And I noticed a lot of buses over there by the bus station are having hard times maneuvering around these cars. And I know that there's a huge turnover for the bus drivers. And I wonder if it's because they can't really move through the parts next to the bus station. So I really think that we should have better parking on the south side. And also, it will help out the small businesses there, because I believe a lot of small businesses are getting overlooked because there's no way to park next to their business. And these businesses are losing a lot of their business. So yeah, if we can just think about better parking solutions on the south side, closer to NAU, and work with NAU, because I know they do a lot for the city, but a lot of their business is affecting a lot of the locals that have been living here for a long time. And if we could just work together and have solutions that benefit all of us, I think NAU can really help us, and we can help them out, and everyone can have a great time. And I can park in my neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, informational items, 2 from Mayor, Council, and staff, future agenda item requests. I'm going to start down here with Councilmember Matthews.
I have nothing, thank you.
Vice Mayor? Councilmember McCarthy?
Thank you, Mayor. Nothing tonight.
Councilmember Sweet?
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a couple of things. I have a fair request to put on a future agenda, a discussion regarding the eligibility of commission members in relation to them receiving funding from the City of Flagstaff. And my two from. So Thursday night, I will be attending the Longest Night Memorial Service. It's happening 6 p.m. on Heritage Square. This service honors those that have passed in 2023 while experiencing homelessness. I do think it's important that we not only reflect on those who have passed, but remind ourselves to be humble during these cold winter months. Some of us might be going through our first holiday season alone. Some may not have a warm bed to sleep in. Some may be searching for their next hot meal, and some may just need a smile. Our community is special, and as we enter into 2024, I hope that we can all take a breath and move forward with good intention and support for one another. So Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and Happy New Year to all of you.
Thank you. Councilmember House?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for that statement. I agree with you 100%. I'll also be at the Longest Night service on Thursday, and I hope to see others from council there as well. It's a beautiful, sombering ceremony, but I think it's really important, especially as a reminder of the important work that we're doing to reduce and end experiences of homelessness for those in our community. I also have a fair to introduce on commission engagement and reporting. I think that there's been a lot of side conversations and concerns with commissions not really feeling as though they are fulfilling their purpose in terms of the amount of recommendations or advisement that they're supposed to give to the city, and particularly to us as council. And I just noted that we aren't necessarily hearing from them very often. We don't hear report outs from the work that they're doing, and we don't necessarily know some of the conversations that they're having. While I trust and believe our city staff when they report to us what a vote was on different commission items, I think there is also value in us hearing from them directly. So I'd like to have a conversation about how we can engage in some sort of reporting structure or further engagement of our commissions so that they are truly feeling heard in the work that they're doing on our behalf.
Thank you. I am delighted to share the exciting news that Flagstaff is receiving $9.6 million from the bipartisan infrastructure law, and this will help us complete the bike and pedestrian facilities that we have been discussing for months up to Sawmill. So this is a big deal, and I just want to make sure that we all know what a big deal it is and how exciting it is. And an additional thanks to our senators, Sinema and Kelly, for helping us get this money. And I was so excited. Some of you probably saw it on social media, but I got a call from Secretary Pete Buttigieg to tell me that we were receiving this grant. And unfortunately, I was on a meeting with city staff and I didn't pick up. But now I have a voicemail message that I will save forever. And also, just, I'm not sure that the public knows, but we have received to date, counting the $9.6 million, $58 million from the bipartisan infrastructure law, and we're going to be seeing some really exciting projects get done because of that, including something I'm really excited about, and that's a bike and pedestrian underpass under the corner of where Milton turns to Santa Fe. I think that that's a big deal. So that's what I have. City Manager?
Nothing from me. Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor, I did actually have one thing. Just congratulations on your one-year term as a council tomorrow. One-year anniversary.
Oh, don't start packing up yet. I haven't adjourned. Just kidding. We're adjourned.